झूम की थी मीटिंग, यूट्यूब
यूट्यूब लाइव।
लाइव।
हाँ।
हाँ।
या जूम लगा।
हाँ। हेलो। लीव करो।
आला का व्हिडिओ? हा, तू इथंच बस ना, तू तिथं काय जातोस?
ऍक्च्युली मी त्यांची लाट होती.
हॅलो,
हॅलो.
अनम्यूट करणार ती कट करते फोन आणि तिकडे अनम्यूट करते.
ओके. हा हा. कॅन यू हिअर मी? कॅन यू हिअर मी?
येस सर, येस सर,
Yes, ओके ओके ओके.
येस सर, येस सर. कॅन यू हिअर अस?
येस येस. नो
ऐकायला
प्रॉब्लेम.
येत आहे ना सर?
हा, येते, ऐकू येते, काही
गुड
प्रॉब्लेम
गुड.
नाही.
हा सही होईल. ओके ओके. हा
ओके ओके.
सर, बरे आहात का?
हो, ठीक आहे, तब्येत ठीक आहे.
हा हा हा, चालेल. आमच्याकडे सर पण जीबी कुलकर्णी सर पण आलेत.
हो हो, कारण मला
एक
त्यांनी
5
फोन केला
मिनिटात
होता.
आम्ही येतो.
हो
हा हा.
हो. त्यांची फार जुनी ओळख आहे आमची कोल्हापुरातली.
हा बरोबर. कोल्हापूरकरांची एकमेकांची असतेच. वांग्याचं बळ कुठं ना
नाही,
कुठं
आम्ही आम्ही
कुठेतरी
एम एला आम्ही एम ए इंग्लिशला एकत्र होतो ना.
मोठ्याने बोलायला पाहिजे. हा हा. हॅलो सर, तुमचा व्हॉल्यूम आहे ना स्पीकरचा, तो जादा करा. हा, मॅक्सिमम ठेवा.
तर तुम्ही पण मॅक्सिमम ठेवा, कारण माझा आवाज जरा कमी आहे. फार फार
हा तेच ना.
ऑडिबल नाही आहे. त्यामुळे तुम्ही पण तिकडून जरा व्हॅल्यूम मोठा करा.
हा
मी पण इकडून मोठा करतो.
हो हो हो, आम्ही ठेवला.
हो हो,
हो
ठीक आहे.
हो,
मॅक्झिमम ठेवा, त्याशिवाय ऐकू येणार नाही.
चालतंय. हा चालेल चालेल. येतोय सर तुमचा आवाज, आणि आमचा पण तुम्हाला येतोय ना?
हो, येतो ना, व्यवस्थित आहे अगदी, नो प्रॉब्लेम.
हा हा, चालेल मग सर. 5 मिनिटात आपण
ठीक आहे, तुम्ही तुमच्या
सुरू
सोयीप्रमाणे सुरू करा. कुलकर्णी सर आलेत काय? कुलकर्णी सर तुमच्याकडे आलेत का, घरून बोलणार आहेत?
हा,
कुलकर्णी सर फोन केला काय? हॅलो.
अ, देशपांडे सर. देशपांडे सर, आपण थोड्याच वेळ चालू करतोय.
येस, ओके ओके.
11ला आहे. जॉईन होईपर्यंत जरा 11:15 होतील. देन वी विल जॉईन.
ठीक आहे, ॲज पर युअर ओन
ओपन द मीटिंग.
ओके, आय एम रेडी.
धनश्री, ओय ब्लूटूथ घेतलं वय? ब्लूटूथ घेतलं वय? कॉन्फरन्स माझं म्यूटच आहे सर.
मी 2 दिवस इकडेच आहे, मित्र मला म्हटली सुरेशला आणि दोन तीनदा मला म्हणली कॉन्फरन्स
बाय.
बोला. मारायला लागली की मजा नाही वाटत. काहीतरी मॅच मध्ये हे पाहिजे. बघितले तर एवढे हल्ली बदला पाहिजे.
हो, झालंय का? जायचंय ना? मी आले पुढे.
कनेक्टच होईल. ते तर कनेक्ट झाली पाहिजे ना. हे आता ते रोहिणीचे कनेक्टच होईल. आता हे बंद करा बरं का. आता पहिल्या सेशनचा आभार आहे. कनेक्टच होईल. हे चालू आहे का हे? काय करायचं याला? हा. ते बंद करूया. दोनच येत आहे. तुझं कुठलं?
हे मॅडम ऐकू ना? नवीन
हे का? तुझं येत का नाही?
टेन्शन आपण असलं की घेऊया.
नाही.
का? झाला जॉईन झाला? जॉईन झाला का? तुम्ही का? होताय का अजून? चष्मा का काढला?
अरे म्हणजे ते प्रॉब्लेम ते मग तुमच्याकडे येणार
का हो?
केलं जॉईन
हो
ओके.
तुम्ही मला लिंक पाठवा मॅडम माझे
मला कोणी नाही म्हणलं तरी मी काय केलं नसते का? पाठवते.
माझे लिंक
Hello, good morning, everyone. I request everybody to mute their audio.
पासवर्ड पण माहिती आहे
आवाज
इंग्लिश कुठला? तो नाही येत पासवर्ड. इंग्लिश टाकायचं. इंग्लिश
फक्त इंग्लिश टाकायचं कॅपिटल
आणि स्मॉल सगळं small. तुझा कॉल कोणता आहे?
हा
जेवण आपोआप जाते जेवण.
कशाला मगाशी नाही येणार
कॅमेरा सुरू राहिला का? कॅमेरा सुरू राहिला का?
Hello, Deshpande sir.
हॅलो.
अनम्यूट आहेत कोणते?
Hello.
हॅलो.
हॅलो.
हॅलो. हॅलो. ओके, वी कॅन स्टार्ट.
Hello, sir. GB Kulkarni sir is talking to you.
येस. ओके.
हॅलो, गुड मॉर्निंग.
गुड मॉर्निंग सर. गुड मॉर्निंग.
त्यांचा आवाज येत नाही.
नाही
ते ना मॅडम टेकून बसले, असे बसले. ते असं बसायला पाहिजे. त्यांना सांगा.
सर, कॅन यू हिअर मी? ऐकू हे सुरू कर. हॅलो. ऐकू येत नाही.
तुमचा आवाज चालू आहे.
थोडंसं थांबायला सांगत त्यांना गुड मॉर्निंग एव्हरीबडी. ताठे मॅडम, एम आय ऑडिबल?
येस, ओके. यू आर ऑडिबल.
थँक्यू सर, थँक्यू सर.
ओके सर.
थँक्यू. गुड मॉर्निंग सर.
सर किनोट ऍड्रेस मध्ये ते इन्क्लूड केलं तरी चालू शकेल. टेक्निकल सेशन आहेत सर.
टेक्निकल सेशन आहे.
3 टेक्निकल सेशन होणार.
आर्ट्स कॉमर्स सायन्स कुठल्याही फॅकल्टी मधला असेल मला बोलता येतं त्यांची.
बरं
असं काय तुमचं मला जास्त इंटरेस्ट असतो.
मग सर ऐका की म्हणजे मी कसं सजेस्ट करेन मग की ग्लोबल चॅलेंजेस आणि सायन्स सोल्युशन्स ही आपली थीम आहे. मग ही जी काही चॅलेंजेस आहेत, मग जे काही बेसिक रिसर्च करायचं आहे आपल्याला ह्या चॅलेंजेसला धरून, त्याच्यामध्ये रोल ऑफ स्टॅटिस्टिक्स सगळीकडे कसं उपयोगी पडतोय असं आपण किनोट ऍड्रेस मध्ये त्या अनुषंगानं होऊ शकेल की मग असं माझं म्हणणं आहे.
कन्व्हेनर गिव्ह अ कॉमन
तुम्हाला हे पाठवतो ब्रॉशर आणि हे सगळं पाठवतो.
so that the participants of their audio. Convener, Tathe madam, are you there? Tathe madam?
लगेच तुम्हाला तसं.
Tathe madam, are you there?
येस सर.
आपण 10 वाजता सुरू करणार आहे.
Organizers,
10
are you
ते
there?
साधारणपणे 11 वाजेपर्यंत इनॉग्रल फंक्शन असणार आहे
सर
आणि 11 नंतर मग
Dikshit sir, I think your just audio is open. Just
No, I have muted his audio.
मॅडम बाकी
हो, मी केलं म्यूट.
नाही, वायफाय सगळेजण वापरत असतील ना मुली, तर त्यामुळे इथं मिळत नाहीये वायफाय.
हो.
वायफाय मुलींनी जर
Hello everyone. A very warm and good morning to everyone present here, respected dignitaries on the virtual dais, esteemed scholars, dear colleagues, and participants. It gives us immense pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of Department of English, Mahila Mahavidyalaya Karad, the officials and the members of the English Language Teachers Association of India, Satara chapter, to this national webinar on Enchanted Narratives, a world of fairy tales, organized at Mahila Mahavidyalaya Karad. To set the tone for today's enchanting academic exploration, I, Professor Dr. Ujjwala Tathe, convener of this webinar and president of ELTAI Satara chapter, am here to deliver the prefatory address. A very warm welcome again to our keynote speakers, Honorable Dr. H.V. Deshpande, renowned educationist, author, former principal, and NAC assessor. I extend a cordial welcome to our chief guest for the inaugural session, the veteran teacher of English and accomplished author, Shri G.V. Kulkarni, former principal of YC College of Science, Karad. I also welcome Honorable Chairman Shikshan Mandal Karad, Shri Balasaheb Kulkarni, Honorable Shri Chandrasekhar Deshpande, Secretary Shikshan Mandal Karad. I welcome to my friends who graciously accepted my invitation despite their busy schedules to serve as resource persons for this webinar. Chairperson of this inaugural session, Dr. Bharat Ballar, Principal Mahila Mahavidyalaya Karad, Dr. Parag Sontake, Vice Principal, I welcome both of you, and to all the invited guests, participant teachers, research scholars, and students. Today, we have gathered not merely for an academic discussion, but to revisit the stories that shaped our childhood, nurtured our imagination, and quietly influenced our understanding of the world. Fairy tales may begin with once upon a time, but their impact continues beyond happily ever after. We are delighted to have you join us today as we explore the magical and timeless world of fairy tales together. Dear participants, it is said that magic is everywhere if you know where to look. Well, when we finalized, I would like to share with you one incident. When we finalized the date of this webinar, the 26th of February, I happened to be casually scrolling through a few podcasts on fairy tales. And to my surprise, I found that 26th February is celebrated as Tell a Fairy Tale Day in countries like United States and Canada and some of the European countries. It felt less like a wonderful coincidence and more like a gentle blessing from the world of stories itself. And from that magical moment, everything just began to fall beautifully into place. The planning, the themes, inviting our wonderful resource persons, as if the fairy tale had already begun writing itself. Amid our busy and hectic schedules, it is only fitting that we pause on this special day to celebrate the lasting magic and deeper meaning of fairy tales in children's literature and in our own lives. Today, we have gathered to reflect on the timeless charm, cultural importance, and academic value of fairy tales. Fairy tales are not just stories for children. They are powerful, wonderful narratives that continue to shape our imagination, values, human understanding across generations. Fairy tales have long held a special place in the hearts and minds of readers across generations. It is not meant for only for children. Fairy tales have always held a cherished place in our hearts. Many of us grew up listening to them, turning the pages of beautifully illustrated books, or later rediscovering them in new perspective. These enchanting stories did more than entertain us. They shaped our imagination, gently guided our sense of right and wrong, and connected us to traditions passed down through generations. Though they begin with once upon a time, their magic continues to live on, speaking to us just as meaningfully today as it did in our childhood. Fairy tales are always believed to be children's world. And why not? They do much more than just entertain them. They help children understand courage and kindness, fear and change, hope and loss. In their magical forest and faraway kingdoms, children meet not only princesses and witches, but also feelings and truths that are very human and close to real life. In this magical world, life's tricky lessons become a bit easier to understand. Through stories and symbols, children start to make sense of feelings, challenges, and choices. That is the quiet magic of fairy tales. They guide us through real life, even while we are enjoying imaginary adventures. Today's webinar is all about taking fun journey together through the magical, symbolic, and cultural worlds of fairy tales and seeing why these stories still matter so much, not just in children's books, but in literature and culture more broadly. We also hope our conversation sparks new ideas, bring different perspectives, and maybe even inspires some fresh ways to explore and research the lively, fascinating world of children's literature. We are truly privileged to have with us eminent scholars of children's literature as our resource persons. Swati Raje, renowned writer of children's books, critic and president Bhasha Foundation Pune, Principal Dr. Lali Matthew from Kochi, and a multilingual author and poet from Thrissur, Dr. Sam Sudhakar. Their insights and scholarly perspectives on this fascinating genre will undoubtedly enrich our understanding and inspire meaningful academic dialogue. Although there is no schedule, one thing I would like to tell to the participants who have sent their papers that there is no scheduled paper reading session. We are pleased to share that select research papers will be published with an EISBN, further contributing to the growing body of scholarship in this field. We warmly thank you all for being part of this enriching academic gathering. Your presence and participation add immense value to today's discussion. I encourage everyone to listen actively, reflect deeply, and engage wholeheartedly as we journey together through the magical and meaningful world of fairy tales. Thank you, and let's set off on this magical journey together. Thank you all. I give this platform to Dr. Snehal Prabhune, Head, Department of English and co-convener of this webinar.
Thank you, Madam. A very good morning to all the dignitaries and participants. On behalf of the Department of English, Mahila Mahavidyalaya Karad, I, Professor Dr. Snehal Prabhune, am elated to welcome you all to this national webinar on Enchanted Narratives, a world of fairy tales in children's literature. Dr. Ujjwala has already outlined the thought process behind the organization of this webinar. Fairy tales are an unalienable part of the process of growing up in a child. Their significance is not limited to entertainment alone, but in their deep psychological, moral, cultural, and educational value. Let me take this opportunity to introduce the dignitaries at this inaugural function. At the outset, I must express my indebtedness to Honorable Shri Balasaheb Kulkarni, Chairman Shikshan Mandal Karad, and Honorable Shri Chandrasekhar Deshpande, Secretary Shikshan Mandal Karad. Both have been staunch supporters of all scholastic endeavors that add to the quality of education. We are privileged to have Principal Shri G.V. Kulkarni, a renowned author, a student-loving teacher, and former principal of Yashwantrao Chavan College, Karad, as chief guest for today's webinar. He has served as a writer for the legendary Marathi author Nadho Tamhankar. He has and proudly acknowledges of having honed his writing skills under him. He has authored a number of books of great literary merit and is also a renowned orator. He is a recipient of the prestigious Karad Gaurav Award and quite active in literary circles. Welcome, sir. We are blessed to have a fatherly figure in Principal Dr. H.V. Deshpande as keynote speaker, a renowned educationist, author of repute, former Principal Azra Mahavidyalaya Azra, and a NAC assessor. Deshpande sir is much more to me, my father's colleague and my teacher at UG at Pancham Kemraj College, Sawantwadi. I was mesmerized by his skill in teaching poetry, and I still remember him teaching me Wordsworth's Immortality Ode and Coleridge's Ancient Mariner. The way he brought out the relation between meter and mood in poetry attracted me towards the study of poetry. He has authored a number of books for the teaching fraternity, especially on research methodology, areas of research, the nuances in preparation for NAC assessment, and has recently even written a new book on the approaches to academic and administrative audits. He nurtures deep interest in theater and literature and also criticism, and is engaged in many activities and institutions related to them. He is the recipient of many prestigious awards, including the Best Teacher Award of Shivaji University, Kolhapur, R.B. Devasthari Award of Shikshan Mandal Karad, Sahyadri Publications Pune Award, Indian Association for American Studies' 1985 Award, and the Olive Reddick Award 2000. In his 38-year-long career, he has also served as the member of the Senate, Academic Council, and Faculty of Arts of Shivaji University, Kolhapur. I welcome you, sir. I welcome warmly our principal, Dr. Bharat Ballar, sir, the chairperson of this session. We are indebted to him for his wholehearted support and encouragement in the organization of this seminar. Welcome, sir. I am pleased to invite Dr. Parag Sontakke, Vice Principal and our colleague in the department, for his kind support. While I welcome all the resource persons, chairpersons, and other dignitaries of the subsequent sessions, along with all the participant teachers, scholars, and students, I cannot forget the convener of this webinar, my colleague, Professor Dr. Ujjwala. This webinar is her brainchild, and her tireless efforts have helped to realize this dream. I welcome one and all to this webinar. We are eager to listen to the scholarly insights of the keynote speaker, Principal Dr. H.V. Deshpande, sir. Sir, I hand the honors to you now. Thank you, sir.
Friends, the theme of this webinar is specific: enchanting narratives, the world of fairy tales in children's literature. I wish to expand it beyond children's literature because fairy tales appeal to children and adults alike. Fairy tales in literature would be an expansion of the topic. The work of any keynote address is to draw a rough map that covers the major aspects of the topic. The other speakers make the map colorful and intellectually interesting. It is said that law sacrifices brevity to make sure clarity and often loses both. I shall try to preserve both brevity and clarity in the next 20 minutes or so. Friends, countrymen, please lend me your ears. A fairy tale is defined as a creature with wings and magic power. The element of magic and fantasy are something central to the fairy tales. Albert Einstein said, if you want your children to be intelligent, read them fairy tales. And if you want your children to be more intelligent, read them more fairy tales. This explains the close relationship between children and fairy tales. I still remember how I used to read with great curiosity the Marathi magazine Chandova. The serial stories of Vikramaditya and Vetal have a set narrative pattern. The Vetal hangs himself on a branch of a tree. Vikramaditya, the king, takes him on his shoulder and starts walking. The Vetal starts narrating a fantastic story. Afterwards, the Vetal asks Vikramaditya a question. When Vikrama is out of the magic effect of the story, the Vetal flies back to the tree. The narrative is simple but extremely enchanting, and it has a magic power to captivate the readers. To captivate the reader's attention and their imagination. Chandava magazine is the best illustration of today's webinar topic. I congratulate the person who has drafted the brochure of this webinar. I quote, once upon a time, 4 words that instantly signal magic and invite readers into a world of wonder. Regardless of age, fairy tales continue to capture audiences through their familiarity, imaginative appeal, and emotional resonance, reminding us of the enduring power of storytelling. From enchanted objects and talking animals to heroic quests and moral trials, fairy tales have occupied a central place in cultural memory across societies. Fairy tales are among the oldest narrative forms in world literature, rooted in ancient oral traditions and transmitted across generations long before being shaped into written illustrated text. Fairy tales possess considerable thematic, psychological, and symbolic depths. Through fantasy, archetypes, and metaphor, they explore universal human experiences and convey moral and emotional truths in profound ways. I wish to draw your attention to the use of the term resonance in the quotation. It is the power to bring images and feelings into the mind of the person reading or listening. It is a kind of internal dynamics of a musical narrative. However, fairy tales are not fables. The strong element of magic and wonder of the fairy tales take the readers into the different world. Fairy tales are in prose and in poetry also. I remember the poems La Belle Dame Sans Mercy and St. Coleridge's Ancient Mariner. The first is a story in ballad from John Keats that tells us the plight of the knight at arms, who falls in love with a beautiful but very cruel, mysterious woman and is later on abandoned by her mercilessly. The knight looks pale, weak, and lonely, sitting in a cold, lightless landscape. The sage has withered from the lake, and no bird sings. I remember these lines. The sage has withered from the lake, and no bird sing. The natural atmosphere and the plight of the night, they are very wonderfully combined together by John Keats. The poem is about illusion versus reality, the love and betrayal, beauty and destruction. In fact, I feel that these subjects are being depicted in world literature in all times and in all literary forms. Human life is full of such experiences that decide our plight. I just again repeat again. In fact, I feel that these subjects are being depicted in world literature in all times and in all literary forms. Human life is full of such experiences that decide our plight. Coleridge's Ancient Mariner starts with the lines, alone, alone, all alone, alone on a wide, wide sea. The lines immediately take the readers in a different atmosphere, and then the story captivates the readers with the magic and supernatural element. The mariner is haunted by an unknown spell. The movement of the ship is unusual, floating on the wild waves of the fearful storm, and then stand still as if a painted ship upon a painted ocean. Just see the very description here. So the fantasy, the magic, and again the uniqueness of the very lines, they capture our imagination and attention. Fairy tale is not about a form of literature, is not about a form of literature, a sub-form of a usual story. I repeat again, fairy tale is no doubt a form of literature, a sub-form of a usual story, a short story. There is some difference between a usual story in prose and the fairy tale. I think this seminar is meant to make this kind of distinction very clear. The speciality of this form needs further exploration. Some Sindabad critic is required to explore this area. I hope somebody in this webinar will do it. Needless to say, fairy tales play a significant role in the moral and emotional development of children. Fairy tales normally reflect the culture of the society. They deal with the cultural memory of the people. I think this phrase is very, very interesting. The cultural memory of the people. I think fairy tales and the cultural memory of the people, they are associated together. Fairy tales in the 21st century is a matter of our deliberations in this webinar. Let us see how the speakers in this webinar, renowned scholars and researchers, deal with it. Fairy tales in this modern digital global competitive world of artificial intelligence is a matter of contemplation and debate also. I think just see the very situation here. Fairy tales in this modern digital global competitive world of artificial intelligence is a matter of contemplation and debate also. Maybe escapism. We want to escape from the very present ethos. Escapism, which we need today to get temporary relief from this modern social political chaos, will find something new. For example, A Court of Thorns and Roses by Sarah J. Maas, a fantasy reflecting of beauty and beast with a strong female protagonist. Girls Made of Snow and Glass by Melissa Bashard. Fairy tales, right from the oral tradition, have a strong psychological hold on human mind. Telling a story and listening to it are both deeply rooted in human instinct. Human instinct and human power of imagination are the two main ingredients of fairy tales. Because of such mysterious fabrication of human mind, fairy tales will continue to captivate our attention from the lethargy of custom and direct it to the wonders of magical imagination and fantasy. They are complex, symbolic, and tap human psyche and culture. It is said that all truth is psychological. It is said that all truth is psychological, and we know that human instinct is a great psychological force. Therefore, psychology and fairy tales are inseparable. Today's world is not only a global village, it is now haunted by artificial intelligence and continuous wonderful inventions influencing human life. I think the time has changed a lot. We are living in an age, in a world which is really different from the world some 50 years back. So, how the modern authors of fairy tales depict this modern ethos in their tales is a question to be debated in this webinar. This is a challenge, and the significance of this webinar lies in this challenge. Discuss, debate, comment. I hope I have preserved brevity and clarity. Friends, I thank you for your webinar presence and patience. Thank you.
For a moment, I believe we were quite nostalgic and saw ourselves reading fairy tales from Chandoba, Katha Sarita Sagar, Panchatantra, Hans Andersen, and so on. Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful words. I now request the chief guest, Principal G.V. Kulkarni, sir, to declare this webinar open and share his thoughts with us. Over to you, sir. Sir,
My dear listeners, and I'm immensely happy and I must congratulate the Department of English Mahila Mahavidyalaya Karad for organizing such a type of seminar for the first time in the history of Karad. I must congratulate because nowadays the people are busy with only mobiles and they don't want to read anything. But now the Mahila Mahavidyalaya Karad will actually instill the confidence among the readers and instill also the research aptitude among the listeners. I hope that you will all be influenced by the seminar and you will get so many new things which will actually make you perfect and you will be for research hereafter. Please remember that February 26th is widely selected as a National Tale of Fairy Tale. This is a very nice occasion because once upon a time, these four words play magic. I come here and I declare here that the seminar is inaugurated. My dear friend, Mr. Deshpande, has already explained so many hidden things before the readers. Once upon a time, when I actually read these four words, I immediately feel that a man of 81 like me becomes young again. I become young now, and that is why I'm telling you something which will actually make you perfect. Because young, fairy fairy tales are not only meant for children, but they are meant also for old people. 4 words can still make up sit up, and no matter how old we are, we forget that we are old if we read fables. A fairy tale is like legacy. You never throw away. This is a legacy which you never throw away. They know how to grab our attention and refuse to go. That is why fables, actually, fairy fables, actually, tales are very important. Now, what a fairy tale means, point number 1. What a fairy tale means, a fairy tale is like a classic story that passed on down usually with magic, mythical creatures, and happy endings. Think Cinderella, Snow White, Aladdin. They are often meant to teach a lesson and explain something. Secondly, fairy tales are more than true. They are not consigned to the realm of fantasy, but they tell us what is possible. That is a Marina Warner's view. Marina Warner's view is very simple. Fairy tales are not to only fly on the wings of imagination, but try to be one with the real world in which we live. And that is why we are under the impression that fairy tales are only meant for children. They will enjoy. Now they will not enjoy anything, only computers mobiles they will enjoy. But now fairy tales will make them possible to read something which is beyond their imagination. And fairy tales are always beyond their imagination. Fairy tales are quite true. Who say they are only fantasies? But they are quite true. They tell us so much about the human condition. What is our condition? They tell us. And secondly, you can say initially intended for children, but originally told at fireside gatherings or in spinning circles. I personally feel that this is a topic which will instill you the research aptitude. This is my point. You can read something, you can have something new, and that is new thing you can find out in reading the fairy tales. Enchanting narratives are elaborated in fairy tales. They transport us to magical worlds, spark imagination, and convey timeless lessons. They teach us. They only not actually entertain us, but they teach us. And that is why fairy tales are having importance, immense importance. We neglect. Nowadays, what happens, we generally neglect what is not to be ignored. That is the condition. And that is why fairy tales are treasured. But actually we have neglected we must make our children, we are old people also, because I am now 81 years, but I personally feel that now I am young. Why? Only because of this inspiration that we get from literature. Literature inspires us. Literature makes us, the days of our youth are the days of our glory. Not only the days of our youth, but the days of our old age also can be the days of our glory only because of reading the fables. Why even to these days fairy tales remain? This is point number 3. We say that fairy tales do not remain. In Marathi, we say that some Babbar Gitas are also included in the fairy tales. For example, Tunuk Tunuk, Chal Re Bhopla Tunuk Tunuk. This can't be fairy tale because this Babbar Git has no actually story as such. Fairy tale story plus something less advice. And that is why fairy tale is a part of literature which should not be shown scant consideration by the readers. And that is why the seminar today, I actually accepted the invitation only because, please remember, this will instill in you the research aptitude. Nowadays, it has become the crying need. Research aptitude must be there. Only research papers and only getting degrees are of no importance. Actually, research aptitude. And for getting research aptitude, fairy tales are very important section from the literature. Then the world is rough in which we live, but the world will become very nice and the world will become very challenging if we read fairy tales. Fairy tales are imaginative world. They are also concerned with the real world in which we live, in which we sit. They are here even today, whispering that bravery matters, kindness counts, and miracles can happen. So my point is, now we can say fairy tales is the section from the literature. I personally feel that it is neglected now. The small boys, the old people, the scholars, they must give some consideration to this part of literature. What is fairy tale is a part of literature. And what is literature? It's a very simple definition from my point of view. Literature is nothing but the effect of the situation that a man comes across. Situations, life is full of situations, and situations create the literature. And fairy tales, the situations are different. In the form of novel, situation is different. Short story situations are different. One act play situation is different. But situations are so many that you can do. You, the people, like you are genius, I personally feel, because you are taking interest in the seminars. So you are the people of genius. So genius people can find out anything out of any situation. And that is why situation is the result. Situation is the happening which makes you to write something in a new form. I personally feel that. I will give you an example. Please remember that what I am saying now actually belongs to me only, because I don't like, because only situation, any situation can take place. I will give you one example. The example is of a Mr. John, a small boy, very good, very nice boy, and actually lovable boy. But actually what happens, when he is born, his mother gets mad. She is locked up. And nobody allows that child to go to her and to embrace her. His only condition in life to embrace him. But actually it is not allowed. When the mother is no more, he only weeps, even though he has not actually seen her, because she is locked up. No relatives allow him, because she will throw stones, she will throw whatever she gets, and he will be beaten. My dear friend, this is the situation. A boy, as soon as he is born, and actually mother gets mad, and the boy without mother, but with mother. And what happens? One day, actually some relative actually sends him into the room, but actually the mother throws him a stone. And that is why he's afraid of mother. He doesn't know what mother is. And that is why he's afraid of, and he goes. And he lives only alone, all alone. My dear friends, now the situation is this. A boy having a mother is without a mother. Very simple. One can write a novel on this. One can write a short story on this. One can write any form of literature can take place. I personally feel that if I mean to write on this story, a fairy tale, what can I do? I immediately feel that when the mother is dead, she goes to God and she requests, oh, please make me fairy, so that I may go to my son and I may embrace him. My dear friends, fairy tale actually coming, dancing, making movements here and there, and making the son very happy, but she is not there. We can write a very beautiful fairy tale on this occasion. So I think that fairy tale is not a form of literature which is only meant for certain elements or certain situations. Any situation we can give, and we can ask the students if you want to encourage them for reading. This is what actually my conclusion. Fairy tale is a part of literature, and we should not show scant consideration to that. We can have so many things. We can have so many situations. And story, drama, novel, even a fairy tale, any subject. If I actually come across any poem also, as Mr. Deshpande has explained, alone, alone, all alone. You can write fairy tale. When you are alone, who comes? Fairy comes. She actually makes him life. She gives him life. And she makes his life comfortable, pleasant, peaceful, plentiful, prosperous. So that is what I personally feel, that fairy tale is a part of literature. We must actually consider the part of literature, and we can give some new situations. Because in modern age, all right, Cinderella is now gone. Cinderella is no more. But actually, new Cinderella can take place. Nowadays, there are so many Cinderella who are new. Their fashion, their decisions, their actually walking, their thinking, all have undergone a change. So modern age requires a new Cinderella. That is the achievement we can do after completing the seminar year. You can write, you can do something, so many things. Cinderella can be new. Even some, actually, there are so many. It is the people are, you the listeners are the people of genius, I know. Genius is what? What is unknown must be known. That is literature. And fairy tale and narration, actually about the narration, actually this is another point which is very, very, the impact in literature, my dear friends. I personally feel that this seminar will give you a very nice lookout, and which will help you to write something new, which is the need of the day. That's what they are making, they are daring. So unknown topic, I personally feel. Fairy tale, if you ask any student now, my age also, and after now the teachers who are working in the colleges, if you ask them, do you know something about the fairy tale, history of fairy tale, actually the phenomena of the fairy tale? No, they don't know. Either they must have not read anything. Reading actually fairy tales will not be a waste. It will be of immense help to you. So this seminar definitely instill in you and I pray God that you should go through this new type of literature. New type of literature, why I say? Because new construction, new explanation, and new outlook must be undertaken if you read the fairy tales, old fairy tales, and nowadays also there are some fairy tales written, but actually I personally feel that new approach must be entered into the new display. And that will be the achievement of the seminar. I wish you all the luck in the world for your future. Thank you.
Sir, we really appreciate your view that fairy tales revive us. See, this is the most significant characteristic of a fairy tale. Thank you for igniting our minds to return to the magical world of fairy tales. We promise to nurture the spirit of inquiry by undertaking research. A creative writer himself, Sir, has shown how seeds of literature can germinate from simple mundane situations. Thank you, sir, for your illuminating words. It is now time for the chairperson, Principal Dr. Ballar, sir, to address us. Please, sir, do the honors.
Am I audible, ma'am? Am I audible? Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Honorable Chairman, Shikshan Mandal Karad, Balasaheb Kulkarni, Secretary, Shikshan Mandal Karad, Shri Chandrasekharji Deshpande, Chief Guest of today's national webinar, 81 years young, enchanting personality, having a enchanting style of communication, Shri G.V. Kulkarni sir. No need to claim that he is the eminent academician. He has proved throughout his speech, we have came across with his experience, his authority in the literature. Honorable H.V. Deshpande sir, today's resource person, Srimati Swati Raje, Dr. Lale Matthew, Dr. Sam Sudhakar, and authorities of Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Dr. Parag Sontakke, Vice Principal, Mahila Mahavidyalaya, Karad, Professor Dr. Ujjwala Tathe, who is known for the perfection, known proven personality, known for the perfection, who is the convener of today's webinar. Professor Dr. Snehal Pravune, co-convener and head of the English department. Esteemed delegates from different academic organizations, participants, dear students, warm welcome to all of you. Frankly speaking, every webinar, every conference for the administrator, for the principal, remains an opportunity to advertise the institute. And thus I am taking the advantage or disadvantage of this opportunity. That Mahila Mahavidyalaya Karad is a constituent unit of Shikshan Mandal Karad, the organization having 105 years legacy. Mahila Mahavidyalaya Karad was founded on August 7, 1986 to cater the needs of higher education of women. Presently, the institute offers undergraduate courses in arts, science, and commerce. We have postgraduate and research unit for MA as well as MSc Geography. Considering need of the society and stakeholders, we are running different 37 skill development courses in our college, few of which includes digital filmmaking course, food industry entrepreneurship development course, basics of social media marketing for business, LinkedIn optimization, what is the platform today even for the entrepreneurs to reach the finance community, video editing course. When we think of giving tender and when we think for opting the tender, both the parties don't know how to go for the government e-tendering process, and we have government e-tendering courses, advanced certificate course in event management is also there with our institute. We are running travel and tourism course, milk microbiology, and so on. Thus, we are successfully running 37 different courses, as well as our young brigade young faculty members are running the competitive coaching center. Lokmanya MPSC center is also there in our college. We have well equipped a public testing laboratory. I emphasize the word the extension, because if you expect the extension, the institute is expected to deliver something, expected to give something to the society. And thus we have in our campus public testing laboratory, which offers water testing facility, food testing facility, soil testing facility for the farmers. Even we offer air monitoring facility for hospitals and industries. We have good air sampler with us, the cost of which is about 5 lakh rupees, and we offer such facilities to hospitals and industries which are needed for them, which are obligatory for them for the accreditation purpose. Considering ever increasing cases of cancer, I think I visited the Sangli district, distant place from the Sangli district, and just we noticed that at least 1 or 2 patients are there in every home of cancer, of malignancy. The root remains in the soil. The root remains in the ever increasing use of pesticides. The root remains in the stagnancy of such pesticides in the soil. Root remains in the bioconversion of such pesticides into carcinogenic substances. The root remains in the absorption of such substances in the plant products, in the fruits. And considering such cases, the institute in collaboration with Bhabha Atomic Research Center has set up carcinogenic substances detection facility in the campus. It is proud to declare that Mahila Mahavidyalaya Karad has its own startup and incubation center, under which the institute has transferred patented technologies to 2 different industries. 2 different FDA approved drugs are there in the market, as well as 1 significant machine, patented machine, UK patent is there for the machine, which helps the hospitals for burning their biomedical waste is there, and we have transferred our technology to 2 different industries. About the achievements in the year 2025-26, our faculty members have published. I proudly declare that our faculty members have published 57 research papers in reputed national and international journals. This is the data of academic year 2025 and 26. Precisely speaking, within last 7 months, our faculty members have published the research papers. The number is 57. Our faculty has registered 11 patents in last 7 months. In the last 7 months, our faculty members have registered 11 patents. That is a proud moment for our institute, where 3 patents of respective faculty members are likely to be transferred to the industry. Technology transfer, we are on the way of transferring the technology, respective technology, to the industry. The discussion is going on through the incubation center, nearest incubation center venture. Specifically, Department of Geography has constructed the machine which will help the weather forecasting. So the technology what Kulkarni sir was talking about, what is expected through the research. The research is not the publication. Research is not the conference presentation. Research is what you are giving to the community. Research is what you are giving useful things to community. And we are on the way of transferring 3 different patents of our faculty members to the community, to the industry. About the students, we have MA, MSc, Geography Research Center. 10 research students from Geography Department have filed different patents. We have in our credit 47 conference presentations on the date. Our faculty members in the last 7 months filed one major research paper, major research project, two minor research projects. 10 faculty awards are there. I am glad to declare that such faculty awards are from industry persons. And those awards are there for the invention, what they have given for the community, for the inventions which are useful for the community. Specifically, the representatives of respective companies came to the annual function and confirmed the awards. 10 different awards are backed by the faculty members. 25 students awards are there, including 3 gold medals in the last 7 months, 7 silver medals in different activities. Students of Mahila Mahavidyalaya also bagged Best Performance Award in 2 different international conferences. I am proud to declare that our NSS unit in this year has marked with 256 unique extension activities. One of the activities includes the monitoring air microflora of Karad city and nearby villages. I congratulate Professor Dr. Ujjwala Tathe, convener of the national webinar, Dr. Snehal Prabhune, co-convener Dr. Parag Sontakke, vice principal, and the learned academician, and also the team of faculty members who have organized the audio video platform through the Zoom. I congratulate the team for organizing national webinar on Enchanted Narratives, a world of fairy tales in children's literature. I wish a grand success to the national webinar. Thank you. Thank you for the patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Parag Sontakke, Vice Principal, to propose vote of thanks of this inaugural session.
Madam, you may continue. Just he might be busy in the administration. Just Tathe, madam, you may continue.
Sontakke sir, unmute yourself.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
I thank our keynote speaker, Dr. H.V. Deshpande sir, for delivering a resourceful keynote address on the theme of this seminar, Fairy Tales in Children's Literature. Deshpande sir has opened the theme of this seminar for scholarly discussions throughout the day. I also thank Deshpande sir for drawing the map of this seminar and laying the foundation of this webinar's theme. I thank our chief guest and eminent scholar Dr. G.V. Kulkarni sir for sharing his dynamic views on fairy tales. Kulkarni sir has underlined the importance of fairy tales in not only the children's literature but in English literature too. I once again thank you, Kulkarni sir. I must thank our patrons. I thank Honorable Chairman Shikshan Mandal Kara Sri Basaheb Kulkarni sir, Honorable Secretary Sri Chandrasekhar Ji Deshpande sir for permitting English department to organize this national event. I especially thank our dear Principal Dr. Bharat Balla sir for motivating, guiding, inspiring, and helping our department by all means to organize this national seminar. At last, I thank all the participants, students, research scholars from universities, the teachers of other subjects of my college for attending this inaugural function. With the permission of Chairman Dr. Bharat Balla sir, my principal, I declare that this inaugural function is over. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. After this inaugural session, let us gently move into the heart of our webinar, the plenary sessions. As we embark upon the journey of the development of fairy tales, let's get ready to explore the wonderful world of talking animals, enchanted forests, fairies, witches, and giants. We have a feast of interesting deliberations for you. I request Dr. Ujjwala, I request Dr. Ujjwala to take the charge of the platform.
Hello, everyone. Actually, our plenary session will begin at 12:30. So if Swati Raje has joined, our next resource person, Swati Raje, if she has joined, we will begin the session now. Otherwise, we will take 5 minutes break. You can enjoy your break and come back at 12:30. Or if you want to discuss with the chairperson or anybody from our team, you can discuss, or we will take a break. Okay, Swati Raje is here. Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Hello, how are you?
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, shall we begin then?
थांबायचं आहे की कसं उज्ज्वला?
No. We will start.
Okay. Okay.
Don't give a break. Continue.
Okay.
Dr. Karikatti? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. Hello, ma'am.
Yeah. Good afternoon, both of you. Dr. Swati Raje, the resource person of this plenary session, and Tripti Karikatti, the chairperson of this session. Fairy tales live not only in imagination, but in interpretation. So to introduce our distinguished resource persons, I begin with our resource person, Swati Raje. Swati Raje is a very, very dear friend of mine. We are associated since that is 2012, I think, 2010, maybe.
10.
But yeah, 2010. Very happy to see you, ma'am, on this platform. Let me introduce Swati Raje. She has a heavy, that is a biodata or CV, but I have cut it short. Swati Raje is an award-winning writer, journalist, researcher. She has so many feathers on her cap. An international resource person in children's literature, widely recognized for her pioneering work in language preservation and regional language advocacy. With a deep commitment to nurturing reading culture and safeguarding indigenous languages, she's the founder president of Bhasha, the Center for Preservation and Enhancement of Regional Languages. It is an organization dedicated to strengthening regional languages through innovative research-based initiatives since 2008. With 14 years of professional journalism at Sakar, including her tenure as chief editor of Ravivar Sakar, Swati Raje has made significant contributions to media, literature, and communication. Her academic background includes an MPhil in children's literature, MA in Marathi Literature, a Bachelor of Communications and Journalism, and a degree in psychology. A combination that beautifully informs her sensitive and insightful writing. She is the author of several nationally acclaimed children's books. They include Pravas, Rasta, Paus, Fuga, Na ऐकली एक कधी
न
न
ऐकलेली गोष्ट.
ऐकलेली गोष्ट, शोध, पूल, अंधाराचे गाव. All these stories are translated into English. Her celebrated book Shodh received the Maharashtra Government State Award for Best Children's Book in 2021. Her works have been translated into English and Konkani with Hindi and Spanish translations in progress. And many of her stories have been adapted into plays, films, dance, productions, and international puppet performances. And she's an invited speaker at conferences across South Africa, China, Spain, the United States, Indonesia, Sweden, Mexico, Australia, and beyond. She has represented India at global platforms, including UNESCO-linked initiatives. She has also contributed to international literary projects, such as the Lewis Carroll Society Special Volume, retranslating Alice, marking 150 years of Alice in Wonderland, and was among 6 invited narrative experts for the International Residential Project Once Upon Tomorrow by Max Muller Bhavan. Through initiatives like Bhasha, Pustak Ghar, that is mobile libraries, the Marathi Bhasha Olympiad, Yaksha Prashna, this is state level linguistic quiz, Katha Yatra, National Story Festival that takes place every 2 years in Pune. It's a big festival. And Chitrangan, it is multilingual children's film festival. Swati Raje continues to inspire thousands of children, teachers, communities, and academicians like us. Her work reflects a rare blend of scholarship, creativity, and social commitment, making her one of the most respected contemporary voices in children's literature and regional language preservation in India. There is one more feather in her cap. Give me one sec. One minute. Okay. Recently, she has completed the UNESCO project with some of the writers. They belong to countries across the world. This 24th of December, she completed her project. I'm very, very happy to have you with us, Swati ma'am. And let me introduce the chairperson of today's session, a very dear friend of us, Dr. Trupti Karekatti. Madam, it is my great honor and privilege to introduce you as a chairperson for today's session. Dr. Karekatti is a professor in English, and she is in charge head of Department of Hindi currently and coordinator of Sharan Sahitya Adhyasan at Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Dr. Karekatti brings with her 25 years of rich postgraduate teaching experience at Shivaji University and McGill University. She holds an MA and PhD in English, an MA in Marathi, a certificate course in Russian, and even a bachelor's degree in instrumental music, reflecting her wide academic interest and interdisciplinary spirit. She has held several important academic positions, including former head of Department of English, former chairperson of the Board of Studies in English and Linguistics, and member of the Academic Council at Shivaji University, Kolhapur, as well as at Wellington College, Autonomous. Her academic contributions are remarkable. She has published more than 50 research articles in international journals, contributed to books and manuals, presented papers at international seminars, delivered keynote addresses, and offered lectures for UGC HRDC courses. She has successfully guided 8 PhD scholars with several more currently pursuing their research under her supervision. Dr. Karikatti has undertaken 4 major research projects funded by UGC and ICSSR. And in 2025, she was granted 2 patents by the Government of India related to gardening and agriculture, a truly unique achievement for a scholar from the humanities. She has been featured in the AD Scientific Index for the 2nd consecutive year as one of the highest impact researchers from Shivaji University, and is the only faculty member from the language department to receive this recognition. Her area of specialization include applied linguistics, social linguistics, drama, and gender studies. With her vast academic experience, research excellence, and inspiring scholarship, we are indeed honored to have her as a chairperson for today's session. Both I welcome Dr. Swati Raje and Dr. Karikatti for this plenary session. Before this, I also welcome Sabita Kerkar Madam, who is chairing the 2nd plenary session. Welcome, ma'am. Yeah.
Should we begin? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, very good morning.
Okay.
This-
Madam, one sec. One sec. The theme of this plenary session is from Once Upon to Ever After, Narratives Under the Spell. Yeah, the platform is yours, ma'am.
Yeah. Good morning. This is going to be an enchanting day today. I'm excited to be a part of it. I'm excited to explore the magical land along with all the scholars, experts, students, and story lovers. Dr. Ujjwala Tathe Madam introduced me elaborately. You might have gauged that I'm not an academic scholar on fairy tales. However, I'm a hardcore storyteller myself. So when the topic was discussed, I wonder why can't I just tell a tale of a fairy tale on this special day? So let us all go on the journey to explore the enchanting world. But wait, how much ever interesting and tempting it looks, it is absolutely tricky. It is very challenging to be a traveler of that world because you do know that it never exists, and yet it is true. The world which is lingering on the border of reality and imagination. The road to the world is deceptive. The slopes are steep, the curves are sharp, the path winding. You need to be careful not to miss a foot and land on either side if you really want to make a sense of it. It is a difficult terrain to explore. The journey arduous, yet most mesmerizing. Animals speak, trees walk, caves have their own voice. Dwarfs trick, ogres tower over you. You can hear the prince riding on the white horse, galloping to rescue the princess. Witches scream, they fly on brooms, they stir green magic potions. Gnomes peep out from under the earth. Demons put their souls in the throat of the parrot. Wizards cast spells. Magical carpets, genie in the lamp, fascinating voyages, and when you get lost in the darkest woods, forgetting the password to come out, a fairy of hope leads your way. What an enchanting journey. This genre, fantasy, has really offered us a parallel world to dwell, giving us the hope to live happily ever after. Fairy tales is the most loved and pampered child of the genre fantasy. We exactly don't know when this magical flower bloomed, exuding the ethereal fragrance that has been enchanting the world for centuries together. The existence of fairy tale itself is just like a fairy tale. Mysterious, miraculous, magical, imaginary, yet very, very real. Some say that fairy tales came from the Arctic land, where there was a perpetual empire of the darkness, unfathomable darkness. The sun used to forget to rise for months together. People grappled. They tried to make a sense of this darkness. To make these dark days and nights bearable, they wove stories. They took shelters in the stories. In the dark Arctic nights, battling the cold, they tried to keep the warmth in their hearts through their stories. Stories of wicked darkness, stories of biting winds, stories of grey skies, and stories of twinkling stars. Stories of giants, ogres, trolls, demons, magic and mystery, and stories of light, which could walk them through this long, one dark, nightmarish night. They were the stories to lighten up the soul. They were the stories for hope. They were the stories for survival. These stories were woven around the dark mass of lava of Nordic countries. Stories told and retold, reflecting Norse saga and Edda. This fantasy literature was at the core of the Teutonic folklore. Eventually, the stories were carried to the close by land, Ireland and Scotland, and they were met uh, by Scottish and Irish legends. This folk literature emerged, from this folk literature emerged different overlapping branches, just like three sisters, myths, legends, and fairy tales. In spite of emerging from the same core that is fantasy, they differ in their appearance and purpose. Myths speak about life, death, nature, relationship with one another, the world's origin. A myth tries to decipher the questions about the human existence. A legend weaves a fabric of historical figure and an imaginary world. They speak about the valor of an accomplished personality or a hero in a fantastical way. Arthurian legends can be a good example of it. Whereas fairy tale is an expression of a collective consciousness of the society. It dwells in fantasy, yet never leaves the ground of reality. Embedded in the folk culture, a fairy tale may be as old as a human imagination, they say. It is difficult to decide and decipher its exact age. Um, it is in a way ancient and recent at the same time. It was always existent in a social conscience since antiquity, thriving on fantasy. However, it was not recognized as a fairy tale until recently, that is the 17th century. If we want to trace its footprints as a fantasy literature with the written evidence, we can go back to 1250 BC. We find a story of Anpu and Anubis and his brother Bata. This story is found on the Egyptian papyrus. It is a very interesting tale. Let me give a glimpse to it. The tale of two brothers where Anubis' wife tries to seduce Bata, and upon his refusal, she falsely accuses him of assaulting her. Believing in his wife, Anubis attempts to kill Bata, who flees and prays for protection, resulting in a lake filled with crocodiles separating them. A series of magical transformations happen before Anubis realizes his wife's deeds. Bata takes the form of a bull, and then when he's killed, he becomes a tree, and then reborns as Anubis' son. So this papyrus was found in the middle of the 19th century. It is residing in the British Museum currently. So fairy tales are found in Greco-Roman literary history also. In 8th and 9th BC, Homer has handled this genre with poise. War between Odysseus and Cyclops, you must remember, and the islands of Sirens give us a glimpse of how ancient Greeks carried this element of fantasy within it. Ovid has also explored the enchanting genre through King Midas' story. In the 2nd century AD, Placius gave us a very beautiful story of Psyche, where Psyche realizes in the course of time that her husband is not a terrible monster, but handsome Cupid. We can trace back the seeds of one of the very well-known popular story today, and you know all that is the Beauty and the Beast. These fantastical stories kept on entertaining people for many, many centuries through the Middle Ages. Many stalwart writers were fascinated by the genre fantasy and wove it through their creations. We can identify it from Chaucer's Canterbury Tales. It is also widely used in by Shakespeare. We meet fairy kings and queens and mischievous Puck in Midsummer's Night Dream. Also, we meet Ariel, the fairy, in The Tempest. So fairy tales are always there, flowing through the folk literature without being fairy tales. They were told and retold for many, many centuries again and again. One cannot attribute them to one specific writer. They became popular in Middle Ages. They got a Midas touch by the printing technology. They started getting printed at Gutenberg's first printing press. Stories like Tom Thumb, Jack the Giant Killer, they were printed in pamphlet forms and were circulated widely in the 16th and 17th century. It was much before the very well-known brother duo Grimm brothers started collecting these tales. The relation of Grimm brothers and fairy tales is known all over the world. It is known that they collected these tales from people with a lot of efforts. However, there were quite a few people who had contributed immensely in the premise of fantastic tales other than Grimm brothers. We must not forget the names of two Italian writers, collectors in this context. Europe's earliest fairy stories to be set down on paper are The Pleasant Nights. That was in 1550, and the credit goes to a Venetian named Giovan Straparola. He included novella and fantasy tales in it. It is very interesting to see the setting of the stories. Murano is an island close to Venice. Today we recognize it because of Murano glass. So the story goes that some people go to Murano to stay over for a few nights, and they keep each other entertained by telling a story every night for consecutive 13 nights. All the stories had fantastical elements in them, and also they were loaded with raunchy humor. It was woven in a chain story structure, same as Boccaccio's Decameron. It was the first ever collection of stories in Europe of fantasy or fairy tales without being given the tag of fairy tales. However, it was obviously not meant for children. A little later, by the end of the 16th century, another Italian who was an armyman, Gimbattista Basile, he collected some fantastic stories. The structure was a tale within a tale, which is closer to our Panchatantra tale and Arabian Nights. This book called Pentameron has again a very interesting setting. A king's wife is pregnant, and she has a unique, irresistible pregnancy craving to listen to stories. The craving was so strong and it was so strange that she wished to listen a new story every day. The queen is so obstinate that she threatens the king to get herself aborted if she doesn't listen to a new story. The king is really scared. And to satisfy his pregnant wife's cravings, he invites 10 best storyteller women to the palace. Every storyteller is supposed to tell 5 stories to the queen. The collection of all the 50 stories told to the queen is Pentameron. So Pentameron is a major milestone in the history of written fantasy tales. I'm referring again to these tales as fantasy tales because they were not known as fairy tales till then. So it is a milestone because many fairy tales popular today, like Cinderella, Sleeping Beauty, they are recorded in this collection. This was a huge contribution to European literary canon. However, Basile could not get a due credit for it. Basile came from Naples, and these stories were written in a dialect of Italian language called Napolitan. And thus, unfortunately, it could not spread to the other parts of Europe. In fact, Pentameron was published after Basile's death posthumously. His sister published it in 2 volumes between 1632 to 1634, that too with a pen name. It was definitely not a coincidence that Straparola and Basile created their compilation in Italy. Italian seaports were a place of trades where travelers always landed with their stories from faraway places. Their cultures, ideas, languages, dreams, aspirations traveled along with them. Stories from India, Middle East, and faraway lands came floating along through the sea routes, influencing the storytellers and fueling imagination on the Italian coasts. Both the collections contained magic and metamorphosis, weaving real-life drama of family feuds, erotic passion, double-meaning humor in fantastic settings. Obviously, these stories, though full of magic, were not suitable for children. Not all these fairy stories ending was happy. In Straparola's story, which was an earlier version of Puss in Boots, the hero forgets about the female cat's help once he becomes a prince. Messiah Cinderella conspires to murder her stepmother so that her governess, who is close to her, can marry her father. But the governess gives birth to 7 children of her own, whom she favors over Cinderella. And the Sleeping Beauty, she's seduced in her sleep by a king who is already married. She gives birth to twins in that state of coma and is finally woken up through their hungry muzzling for food. So, when did the stories so raunchy and erotic, which were composed and collected for adults, enter the children's literature premise? The credit goes to Charles Perrault, a French scholar. He was a writer, a retired civil servant. He was the first writer of significance who recognized that these stories belong to children. He was contemporary to La Fontaine. He was actually a well-known scholar whose writing is said to have inspired the thought process behind the Age of Enlightenment. The Age of Enlightenment actually was not supportive to the fantasy, magic, and miracles. The contradiction is that the scholar who contributed during the Renaissance period to a great deal is remembered in the literary history of the world for his work about fairy tales. And what exact contribution he gave to the fairy tales? He published a small booklet of 8 simple stories. The Sleeping Beauty, Puss in Boots, The Fairies, Cinderella, Red Riding Hood, Ricky with the Tuft, Bluebird, and Little Thumb. He collected those stories, pruned them, rewrote them, brought into a concise form, and published them under his 17-year-old son Pierre's name. The name of the collection in English read Tales of Mother Goose. His greatest contribution is that he wrote them in the language children could understand. With Charles Perrault's effort, the fairy tales which were lingering on the realm of folk literature for adults came to the children's literature premise. Yet they were not known as fairy tales. How did these tales find their way to Grimm Brothers? And how did it acquire the title of fairy tales? To find an answer to this, we must go back to the 17th century France, where salon culture was emerging. Salon culture refers to the intellectual gatherings hosted primarily by elite women in private homes in the 17th and 18th century. They were in France, especially in Paris. These salons became very important places for literary discussions, philosophical debates, and shaping of early modern cultural taste. Women who hosted salons were called saloniers. They were known as cultural gatekeepers. They curated guest lists of writers, philosophers, they moderated discussions, and encouraged new genres of literature. Women's favorite game was to give a new attire to old folk tales. Every salonaire had to present an old tale in a new premise. The tales contained coded commentary on marriage, power, gender roles. They spoke of their dreams, hopes, aspirations, and frustrations. This exercise helped transition of oral folklore into literary fairy tales. One of the prominent storyteller was Madame Aulnoy. Her stories were sophisticated and ornate. Instead of collecting the fairy tales from folklore, she crafted literary fairy tales blending folklore motifs with romance and satire. Her tales were known for elaborate details of magical kingdoms, animal grooms, enchanted princes, and strong fairy godmothers. Her first very important short story collection was published under the name Les Contes des Fées, which means Tales of Fairies. This was the first time stories of fairies were mentioned in the European written literature. The fantasy tales were first time mentioned as fairy tales in any story collection. Critics trace the emergence of the term fairy tale from the modification of the French word fairy or friri, which referred to the residents of the local fee. The fees were the women within the village community who distributed herbs and potions for various purposes. They used to come to the cities like Paris and tell various fantastic tales from the village life and woods. Soon this word was borrowed by English and then term was eventually extended to describe the magical creatures presumed to be hiding in the deep woods. From there, it became a common place to categorize any story of mythical nature to fall under the broader groupings of fairy tales. Those who dwell in the world of fantasy were called fairies, elves, dwarfs, ogres, trolls, witches, and all the pantheon of fantastic beasts became the eternal residents of fairyland. The magic created by Pa and Saloniers like Madame Aulnoy and Madame Vimont could not sustain because of the social political situation in France. By then, Cabinet de Fees had seen 7 editions. However, Great Britain did not welcome them. In Spain, they laid a censorship because of religious reasons. While France was going through the revolution and the other countries giving a lukewarm response, German readers came forward embracing this newly developing genre. In Germany, publishers started printing special editions of fantastic fairy literature. Meanwhile, the magic of Galland's translation of Arabian Nights was slowly spreading throughout Europe. And thus, the German readers were getting ready for something fantastic, enchanted that was to come in a few decades in the form of Kinder and Hausmärchen, Children and Household Tales by 2 young librarian brothers, Jacob and Wilhelm Grimm. The book was published on a very peculiar note of political condition in Germany. 30-year war had left Germany battered. Germany was divided and subdivided in principalities, duchies, landgravitas, bishoprics. Napoleonic War was at the doorstep. Through this fragmented phase of Germany, intellectuals had started searching for and creating their own identity. In the quest for their land, their soil, they started exploring their common folk culture. Their common folk culture. Jacob and Wilhelm, the librarian brothers, started doing this work by the starting of the 19th century. This search for their own identity led them to search for the folk culture and folks Martian. Stories of people came into existence, which was folk Martian, that is, stories of people came into existence, which was overwhelmingly received by the world. Gradually, it created a welcoming forum for Hans Christian Andersen era, who enthralled the audience through his own special subgenre, art fairy tales. It is generally claimed that fantasy is a genre which was originated in the West. Is it really Eurocentric? When we speak of collective social consciousness, was it restricted only to Europe? It has to exist in other ancient cultures and civilizations which enjoyed weaving stories under clear Asian skies, around evergreen jungles, in the dark, cool deserts, and breezy mountains, if not in the dark Arctic nights. Though they were not called fairy tales, they were existent in the other forms of the world within their own colors, with their own colors and textures. Our Indian storytellers were far more brilliant to weave hardcore history subtle moral threads, and extraordinary imagination in the stories. And then they created wonderful Nakshatra Kathas, the concept of Trilokya, Danav and their counterparts, entities like Yaksha, Apsaras, Gandharvas, and Kinnaras. Katha Sarit Sagar and Vedal Panchvishi, which was mentioned earlier by Sir, Sihasan Battishi, all this gave us an array of fascinating fantasy stories. We have our own fairies, they're Apsaras. We have our own dwarfs, they're Yakshas. Yakshas are very interesting mythical creatures. Many times Yakshas are short with big belly. Yakshinis are beautiful with a good figure. We can see them in the sculptures. So it's a very interesting pantheon. The most complex entity is Yaksha. They're associated with water bodies. Their the vehicle is many a times a fish-tail animal or a crocodile. Yaksha's personality is much closer to Irish myth's Lord of Life, that is Tuathadi Danan. Tuathadi Danan is also associated with water, however, they live on land, whereas Yakshas live in the lake. They have a special job to control Jala or Rasa. This job is not restricted only to water of reservoirs. It is a belief that they control the secretion of the juices or ras from the leaves and the bark of the trees. Yakshas enjoy their empire on reservoirs. In Bauddha Jatak Kathas, we find Yakshas asking questions to Bodhisattva. Also, we find Yakshas in Mahabharata. So, this genre has been enchanting every human being, irrespective of time and space. Fairy tales, its origin, its spread, and survival over centuries itself is a magic. Times changed, world transformed, geography altered, dynasties transferred. Fairy tales remained where they were in the in the collective memory of societies. They acquired different attires quietly, from dark night sagas and oral tales in the Middle Eastern deserts to 21st century flat screens. From indoor salon chats to simple bedtime stories to much to multi-billion industry. The spark of imagination that illuminated dull evenings centuries ago has been attracting thousands of buyers in transmedia business. The rights are bought and sold in euros and dollars and yens and the currency that is governing the world. The war of copyrights are fought in courtrooms. Advertising industry is thriving on it. Theaters, opera, ballets, repertoire, films, games, toys, umbrellas, jackets, every field, including AI, is touched by this Midas touch of fairy tales. The very simple, flat, unidimensional, not so flowery tale lived. It is discussed on academic forums like us. It's studied upon, read, reread as classics. They survived and are loved in this ever changing world like magic and miracle. Why are we still hooked to this genre? I would like to quote Jack Zipes, a well-known American scholar. He convincingly opposes fantasy as an artistic genre. He points out that enjoying fantasy artwork is a way of smoothing an incredibly challenging reality. He says that we all are being surveyed, marked, and checked through complex technology without our realizing it and without protection. Within such reality, we turn to fairy tales and all kinds of fantastic diversions to take our minds off reality, to enjoy a moment of calm estrangement, to appreciate the extraordinary in the ordinary, to reassure our values and alternatives to determining social forces. While summing up, I would like to quote Tolkien. You can reread it the way you want to. And that's the magic of fairy tale. He spoke about this in a famous Andrew Lang lectures. He said that fairy contained many things besides elves and fays, and besides dwarfs and witches, trolls, giants, or dragons. It holds the seas, the sun, the moon, the sky, and the earth, and all things that are in it. Tree and bird, water and stone, wine and bread, and ourselves, mortal men, when we are enchanted. If we read and reread between the lines, if we read Tolkien rightly, we can find the seeds of new mantra of peaceful coexistence to live happily ever after. Thank you.
What a brilliant survey of children's literature, right from its origin to this AI, Swati ma'am. You touched upon the roots of the fairy tale, and you took us on the journey of a fairy tale till today. It was a brilliant deliberation, Swati ma'am. And I now request the chairperson of this plenary session, Dr. Trupti Karikatti, to share her reflections.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Renowned writer, Srimati Swati Raje, who have had the fortune of hosting once in our department, and she had delivered equally stimulating lecture at that time. Ujjwala Tathe ma'am, Prabhuni ma'am, Parag Sontakke ma'am, sir, and all their team, organizing team, as well as the principal, Bharat Ballar, and the keynote speaker, H.V. Deshpande, G.V. Kulkarni. We have had a very stimulating talk since the morning, and I must congratulate all of you for hosting this seminar on offbeat topic, enchanted narratives. And truly, ma'am, Swati ma'am, this has been an enchanted day itself. It was wonderful to listen to you. Really, you took us on a travel through the origin of the fairy tales, starting from the Arctic to the present, and you ended with a fantastic quote of Tolkien. It was very interesting to listen to your ponderings on the topic, and it was good that you touched on both the things, the appreciation of this genre, the way it has originated with literature which was made basically for adults, and then the way it dovetailed into something which was meant for children, to the present. And we see the great popularity of this genre, and in spite of this, the criticism on this genre from different quarters. So this was really very interesting. um, I would like to talk about especially the criticism of this genre. There are people, there is a lot of research going on, and as Swati ma'am has rightly pointed out, this is a big industry which has sprung up. It is not just entertainment, but the kind of contracts which are signed, the huge money which is involved in this, first the literature, then filmmaking based on that, then the merchandise. So all this thing is a huge industry, and it proves that it has a sway over the mind of people, and it is not just the children but also the adults or the children in us. There is a child in every adult, and this genre appeals to that child. But equally, there is a criticism that this literature is smoothing the complexities of the original, or it is often called it is Disneyfication, or Disneyfied literature. So, which is to some extent true. Often this is done because it has to appeal, and all the things which were present in this genre earlier cannot be presented in the same manner to the children and the adolescents, and even to some extent the adults today. But there are people who also see that this literature has some kind of yeah, pardon, cognitive benefit also. There are we can teach some moral issues also through this literature. it is preparing the children to understand the complexities of the modern world, the adults world. It has some therapeutic use also. It has been used by therapists to overcome the anxieties of children, the reality, and sometimes the negative aspects, especially the emotions and anxieties, which are often seen in children. So this literature has helped them on its own, as well as by counselors. It has been seen that it is helpful. There are also the dimension, the cultural and social dimension, which can prepare the children for the adult life. And when it is being rewritten, the research shows that the writers who are doing the rewriting are influenced by their own ideologies, their own political stands, and sometimes the interpretations differ from the original, and sometimes it is being done purposefully so that we can go with what is politically right today. So these questions open up new fields for researchers, and actually the new researchers should take these topics up, and not just the children's literature or the children's films which are based on the old fairy tales, but also the fairy tales which were meant for the adults at that time. So these issues and what things are being changed, these should also be taken up for research. Blending of the traditional and the modern. This is another fantastic area which needs to be investigated. In what way do the writers make a compromise or adjustment so that the traditional tone, which is often criticized by the feminist as the heroines are in passive role, they do not get that much of agency. Or there is another quarter from where there is criticism, like there is a huge degree of terror, cruelty, violent themes are there, and the way we remove this or soften these things. So this also needs to be taken up for further research. Ma'am has pointed out how these are not Eurocentric. Of course, I remember, if I'm right, Doris Lessing had told the kind of impact Panchatantra. She did not know this at that time when she was young, that this is Panchatantra that she is reading. She knew by the name Fables of Bitpai, or there was another name for this period, because there have been almost 200 translations of Panchatantra and Jatak tales which reached Europe. And these tales have had a huge impact on many established writers. Swati ma'am has already talked about Chaucer and Shakespeare, but the modern writers also have acknowledged this influence of Indian Panchatantra and Jatak tales. And there are some researchers who claim that European 50 to 30% nursery rhymes are influenced by Jatak tales and Panchatantra. So we have had a strong influence on the world's literature, even if maybe the Europeans did not know these things. These went through Arabic translations and other translations, and French, German, Arabic roots, the developments. Already ma'am has talked about this wonderfully. Just like Doris Lessing, there have been other writers also who did not know of the impact, but who have talked about this influence. And in the morning session also, we have listened to the impact of Vikram Vetar, difficulties of translating these things and bringing these things to Europe, and the way these have been sometimes misinterpreted also by the West. I would like to say that whatever the positive impact, negative impact that the female characters do not get much say or agency, or there is a huge amount of cruelty and violent themes. But in spite of that, it is true that because of the fairy tales, fantasies, children have started reading literature again. And children's writers and critics of children's writing often keep on saying that this literature takes away the children from reality, and for how long children's literature is going to just serve fantasy and fairy tales, and we need to bring it apace with the modern day scenario. But it is true that when Harry Potter series came, the children who were into reading was this number was small, and after that reading habit developed. So fantasy literature has an appeal not just to adults but also to children, and it has at least brought children back to books and not just to films and cartoons and television serials. So we must thank this genre, and especially writers like Swati Raje, who are making an attempt to not just keep on talking about the old tales in old fashioned manner. They are trying to modernize these tales also, making them more relevant to modern time. And there are also researchers like Ujjwala Tathe who are working on doing research on this literature. And we need more researchers working on these things, because we need to be very careful what our children are reading to. The way mythological texts are rewritten for children or fairy tales are rewritten for children, this needs to be studied as well, not just writing. Creative writers are doing their work, translators are doing their work, but researchers also need to do their work and find out what kind of ideologies are reaching children, what kind of values we are teaching them, the way values and what kind of values, the way these values are getting interpreted, and the input turning into intake, how these children understand these values also needs to be investigated. I mean, reader response criticism also needs to be taken up, not just the writer, not just the researcher, not just the original text and their translations and rewritings, but also readers. The way they interpret this text needs to be um, taken up for research, serious work. And I believe that this kind of seminars are helping develop this culture. So I must congratulate the college, the organizers for taking a very, very relevant topic, need of time. And thank you to Swati Raja. I must congratulate on her on very good expounding of the topic. Thank you very much. Over to you, Ujjwala ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Trupti Karikatti. Listening to both of you, now we, that is our fraternity, will think seriously about this genre, because many of a time when I talk about, or when I talk about children's literature, they think that it is childish. It is all a childish game. But listening to both of you, our faculty or the scholars will definitely look at this genre seriously, and they will take it up as a research subject. Thank you, Dr. Karikatti, and I request now Professor Dr. Rajendra Thorat to propose word of thanks.
Good
Dr.
afternoon,
Thorat?
one and yeah, I'm here. Shall I begin?
Yes,
Hello?
yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, one and all. It's my pleasure to be associated with you this morning on in the webinar organized by Department of English, Mahila Mahavidyalaya Karar. And it's my pleasure to propose vote of thanks to Dr. Swati Raje Madam, a renowned writer of children's books, critic and president, Bhasha Foundation Pune, for her insightful lecture on From Once Upon to Ever After, Narratives Under the Spell. It is my pleasure to all of us to listen to Swati Raja, because she has taken a brief review of origin of fairy tales, the present situation of the fairy tales, and she explored the avenues or statistics of fairy tales. Really listening to her was a pleasure to all of us. She has taken a review of the survey. She has taken a survey of fairy tales across the globe, and listening to her was a wonderful feast for all of us. I thank her on behalf of Eltai Satara chapter, on behalf of organizers Mahila Mahavidyalaya Karad, for delivering such an insightful lecture. Secondly, I thank Professor Dr. Karikatti Madam for chairing the session and sharing her views on the things that are still to be explored, because there is a much scope even today for the researchers to explore new areas in children's literature, and perhaps Ujjwala Madam is the only researcher in Shivaji University who has done or taken up research on children's literature. So, Madam has made it clear that listening to fairy tales is a matter of pride for all of us, young, children, adults, all are interested in listening to fairy tales, and she has taken into a review of cultural and social dimensions of children's literature. I thank Professor Karikati Madam for giving thought-provoking views on the topic Once Upon to Ever After Narratives Under the Spell. I also thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to propose vote of thanks. I thank the delegates, researchers, scholars, listen to this who are present here for the webinar. I thank one and all on this occasion. With this, I conclude my vote of thanks. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Thorat. Thank you, Swati Raje, Madam. Once again, thank you, Dr. Karikatti, and see you. Looking forward to seeing you on such brilliant, brilliant platforms. And now I call upon, what should I say? Stories often say more than what they seem to say. This is what we this is what we have been listening to since morning. Now we begin our second plenary session. And to introduce our next esteemed speakers, I invite Professor Dr. Snehal Prabhune, and the platform is hers. Thank you, ma'am.
कान दुखायला लागलं. Madam, thank you. Sorry for disturbance. आता मी येतो जेवण.
Sir, तुमचा speaker, Thorat sir, please mute your speaker.
Thank you, Madam. The first session was highly illuminating and laid bare before us the interesting and history of the fairy tales, which was unknown to us. The journey of fairy tales from tales for adults to tales for children, from folklore to fairy tales to their current media avatar. The journey was opened up to us by Dr. Swati Raje, Madam, wonderfully. Dr. Karikatti Madam highlighted the application value and therapeutic value of fairy tales, which needs to be given more consideration, opening new avenues for further research. She also highlighted the role of fantasy literature like Harry Potter in bringing children back to reading. Now, we move on to the second plenary session, and we have a very eminent scholarly resource person in Dr. Lally Matthew, Principal Rajagiri College of Management and Applied Science, Kakkanad, Kochi, Kerala. A graduate and postgraduate of Kerala University in English language and literature, she has a doctorate in children's literature from MG University, Kottayam, Kerala. In a long career of 38 years, she began as an assistant professor at Carmel College, Mala, and ascended to the post of principal. She has the honor of being chairperson for the Board of Studies in English, MG University, and also chairman, Board of Examinations. She has edited many research journals and is proficient in translation. She has published her research extensively and also served as resource person in children's literature, drama, and theater on many occasions. She has organized orientation programs for faculty and students. Passionate about the welfare of women, she has extended her services as trainer in basic English to many self-help groups and has been the coordinator of Women's Cell. Today, she'll be speaking on Beyond the Ever After. What do fairy tales really tell? Madam, the platform is yours.
Lali ma'am. Hello. Are you there? Hello, Lali ma'am. Savita ma'am.
Should I call her?
Savita ma'am, we have to wait for Lali. Yeah. No,
Should I call
will
her,
call
Ujjwala? Phone करू का?
No. नको मी करते पण actually she talked to me
Oh.
in the morning and she said she will join.
स्वाती
The
खूप
time is 1:30 so
स्वाती मस्त झालं.
Thank you.
Savita ma'am.
Yes.
We can do one thing, ma'am.
Tell me.
You said your father has written some book, so you can talk about it by the time Lali ma'am will join.
No problem. I would love to talk.
Is it okay?
Yeah, of course. Do you want me to start and then when she comes?
Yeah, you can. No, by the time Lali ma'am comes, you can talk on your book. You said you want to talk on that book.
I'm showing.
Yeah.
This is Gulabachi Goshta. My father is 94 and he wrote this during COVID and it is in English and Marathi in 2 languages. And we translated this book in 15 languages.
Introduced.
Ujjwala, you can hear me, no?
Yeah, we can do one thing. Savita ma'am, let Prabhune ma'am introduce you, and then you begin.
No issue.
Yeah, because
Sorry for the interruption, ma'am. After the session, I was to introduce you, but as we have time, we'll proceed with introducing Savita Kerkar, ma'am. Dr. Savita Kerkar is an adjunct faculty in German at DES and Pune University. She retired as supervisor at Junior College, Ferguson College, Pune. Her doctoral research is on the study of the specially designed model developed for students participating in the cultural program for inculcating personalized communication skills. A very interesting topic indeed, madam. She is proud to be the first lady life member of Deccan Education Society, Ferguson College, and is a Prabandhak manager of DES. She has initiated many exchange programs with German, Danish, and Japanese schools. She is a recipient of the Goethe Institute Scholarship 1992 and 2008, and has also represented India on behalf of the Indian German Teachers Association in the field of education. She has explored new avenues and delivered lectures at Dubai, Japan, and many more places. She is contributing her services to literature, drama, and education as life member of many prestigious institutions. I request you, ma'am, to kindly proceed with your speech. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to read out a small story which my father has written. It will just take 10 minutes and it's very interesting and very simple story. I hope you all will enjoy and then we can discuss on it in case Lali takes more time to join. Many, many years ago, the rose plant looked exactly like any other plant. The flower looked the way it is today. It had the same delicate and comforting smell, but the plant had no thorns at all. Little children could easily pluck the flowers, and so the plant was dear to everyone. It did not have thorns before. Do you want to know how the rose got thorns? One fine day, Lord Shankar and Goddess Parvati set out to take a stroll on the earth dressed as commoners. They felt thirsty. A gardener called Govinda took them to his house and gave them water to drink and gulkand to eat. I hope we all know gulkand because we all eat when it's hot, right? They had never eaten gulkand before. They asked what it was made of, and Govinda asked them to accompany him to the garden. While they were entering the garden, the jasmine tree bowed down to them and laid its flowers to their feet. It is said that trees and animals sense things better than human beings. Animals can even sense an earthquake before it happens. The gardener also realized by now that his guests were not ordinary people. He showed them a rose plant and told them the special recipe of mixing rose petals and honey to make gulkand. They were delighted and they transformed into their real selves. They asked him to make a wish. Govinda said, I am happy with all that I have. May your blessings be with me and my family. The rose plant also bowed to seek blessings. When they asked what it wanted, it said, I wish to be a beautiful princess. Lord Shankar and Goddess Parvati exclaimed, your wish will soon be granted. And they vanished. I hope you all are able to listen to me and are you enjoying the story?
Yes. Yes.
Soon the rose plant was born as a princess. She was beautiful and hence she was named Sundara, the beautiful one. She was loved by everyone. One fine day, when she was a little girl, a lady came to meet the queen. She was wearing a rose flower in her hair. The princess started crying, pointing at the lady. The queen tried to calm her down, but the princess kept crying. The lady then gave her the rose, and her crying instantly turned into a giggle. Everyone realized how much the princess loved roses. After that day, a vase full of roses was kept in her room every single day. One morning, a vase filled with roses and many other flowers was kept in Sundara's room. When the queen entered, she found that Sundara was throwing out all flowers out except roses. When the queen asked Sundara the reason, she said that she did not like other flowers. The queen told her that the other flowers were equally beautiful and it is not a good thing to throw them away. But the princess carried on. When the king heard about this, he ordered that only flowers other than roses be kept in Sundara's room. Sundara stopped smiling. She refused to eat and soon she fell ill. The doctor prescribed medicines, but she was not getting better. She was smiling when she was told that she will get only roses. She started eating properly, roaming and jumping around. She would spend a lot of time near rose plants talking to them. Do you want me to continue? It will just take 5 more minutes.
Yeah, continue. No, yeah, continue.
One day, the gardener came to the king and wanted to speak with him in private. The king asked him what happened, and so the gardener told him that Princess Sundara throws away other flowers when no one is around. The king and the queen were worried. They asked the princess to keep an eye on her. Some maid would always accompany her. Sundara was annoyed. She was very unhappy again. The king thought she would grow up and leave the palace someday. Till then, he wanted to fulfill all her wishes. A few days later, the king got a new garden ready for her princess. As Sundara's wish, only roses were planted. She also requested her father, the king, to build a tiny cottage in the garden. Once the cottage was ready, she started spending most of her time in it. She was hardly in the palace. She was also very fond of working in the garden. She had flowers delivered to the temple every day. The princess, the priest showered her with blessings because of this gesture. They now stopped getting flowers from other places. Princess Sundara's younger brother, the little prince, after accompanied her to the garden, he also started loving the rose plant and the rose plant alone. The king was unhappy with this behavior, but he thought that she would leave someday as he let her behave as she did. Then, if you want me to make it short, should I just narrate? So,
Yeah. Actually, Lali ma'am has, I think she's joining.
okay, so I will tell you
She's,
what happens. This princess gets married and then she has a son. And then she tells the new prince that, okay, only roses will be there. The rest of the flowers you should not have. And he says, no, that's not fair with other plants. Then she sulks and she says, okay, I'm taking my son away and I'm going home and all. So the son, the prince has to also.
Yeah, Lali ma'am. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah, continue.
After few days, what happens? Shankar Parvati again come back. And then the gardener is very unhappy. And then Shankar Parvati ask him what happened. So he says, see what happened. You gave this boon and what is happened. So Shankar Parvati get annoyed. And then they gave the curse. And then they said, okay, princess, you will again become a rose plant and you will have thorns on it. And that's how the rose plant got thorns. So the moral of the story is that we should have the variety. The law of nature is diversity. The law of nature is change. If you are in violation, you will be taught a lesson. Thank you so much.
Beautiful story. It's really good. Lali ma'am has joined.
I'm so happy
Hello,
to
Lali ma'am.
Lali at least online. She's such a wonderful person.
Yeah. We are meeting after long, all Bhasha people.
Thank you so much.
Hello, Lali ma'am.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Just a minute, just introduce.
Yeah.
Thank you
Hello,
so
Lali
much.
ma'am.
Yeah.
Just a minute. The co-convener and the head of the department, Dr. Prabhune, will introduce you, and then you begin your talk. Lali
Sure.
ma'am, is it okay? Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a wonderful story by Kerkar ma'am. I once again take the pleasure to introduce the eminent scholarly resource person of this second plenary session, Dr. Lally Matthew, Principal, Rajagiri College of Management and Applied Science, Kakkanad, Kochi, Kerala, a graduate and postgraduate of Kerala University in English Language and Literature. She has a doctorate in children's literature from MG University, Kottayam, Kerala. In a long career of 38 years, she began as an assistant professor at Carmel College, Mala, and ascended to the post of principal. She has the honor of being chairperson, Board of Studies in English, MG University, and also chairperson, Board of Examinations. She has edited many research journals and is proficient in translation. She has published her research extensively and served as resource person in children's literature, drama, and theater on many occasions. She has organized orientation programs for faculty and students. Passionate about the welfare of women, she has extended her services as trainer in basic English to many self-help groups. and has been the coordinator of Women's Cell. Today, she'll speak on Beyond the Ever After. What do fairy tales really tell? The platform is yours, Lali ma'am.
Lali ma'am.
All the team of Mahila Mahavidyalaya, Karad, and especially my friend Ujjwala Tathe, with whom I have had a very long term of friendship, I think starting from 2010. And today's thrust area on enchanted narratives, a world of fairy tales in children's literature, is something very close to my heart. And I have done my PhD in children's literature, and fairy tales, as all of us know, is close to the heart of every child and everyone who is inside a child. So over to my talk today. I'll share the PPT that I have prepared in a hurry, and I hope that everyone will find it easier if I share my PPT now.
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yeah. Yes, yes.
Okay. So today's topic I have chosen is Beyond the Ever After. What do fairy tales really tell? That is, all of us know how fairy tales start with once upon a time and it ends with they lived happily ever after. But in between, there is a very complex world that they are talking about. And this is what we are just trying to discuss today. And we know how fairy tales have had a new lease of life with the second wave of feminism and of the children's literature studies getting a lease of life also. For example, The Wolf, written by Gillian Cross, based on the a retelling of the Red Riding Hood story, and the Egerton Hall trilogy by Adele Geras is based on The Beauty and the Beast. All of these are very recent works that have come out based on fairy tales. And all of us of compiling of the fairy tales with Charles Perrault in Germany and Hans Christian Andersen in Netherlands, and the Grimm brothers, all of them compiling the fairy tales of the grandmothers, which actually was part of a universal oral literature, and how this oral literature got transmitted through generations and generations, which were actually stories told around the hearth. And when you speak about the stories that you relate to one another around the hearth, there is no distinction between adults who listen to the stories and the children who listen to the stories. It comes out as the collected wisdom of the human race, and it goes to the child and the adult in the same way. So essentially, and especially in those times before Rousseau invented childhood and the concept of the beautiful child came, every child also was treated as an adult. Essentially, it was a miniature adult, or the term used is homunculus, to whom these stories were told. So everyone listened to the stories in the same way, but it was imbibed by the adult and the child in different ways. So we can say that they were crossover fiction. The adults who listen to these stories and the children who listen to these stories listened to them in different perspectives, or the stories came to them or got imbibed to them as different. The child will be coping with his problems when he listens to these stories, and the adult would be treating them in their perspective in a different way. The appeal of the fairy tales is that they are all of them have recurring themes and patterns. That is why there is a common statement with which they start once upon a time and end with happily ever after. And they all develop a capacity for mystery and wonder. And whether it be the Frog Princess or whether it be the story of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, it starts with a recurring theme. And the Beauty and the Beast and the Frog Prince, all of these have these transformation as a recurring theme, for example. And the relevance of the fairy tales is that it appeals to the collective psyche of the community in its particular social and cultural context. And they are shared orally in what we can say as sacred places, but because it is in the domestic sacred area inside a house that these stories are mostly shared. They were later on, they were collected by people like Grimm and Perrault, and written versions came and altered versions also came. But we can find that the original moral values are maintained in them. Mostly these fairy tales are quests for identity and self-knowledge. And they answered important questions of the young mind of the child. There are different kinds of interpretations of fairy tales, or we are talking about what fairy tales really tell. There are psychoanalytical interpretations of fairy tales. There are therapeutic interpretations of fairy tales and the messages that they convey. Excuse me, am I audible? Hello? Hello?
Yes, Lali ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Very nicely. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
there was some disturbance in between. That's why I asked.
No, some students actually started their video and audio, so I muted them.
That's pardonable. Okay.
Yeah.
So they affect the stories. The themes of fairy tales include duality of human nature. We can find the dichotomies of good and evil, animal and spiritual, birth, death, all these dichotomies. For example, you find in the same story a good mother, a fairy godmother, and an evil witch. Then there is the animal and the spiritual. For example, the Beauty and the Beast, or Snow White and Rose Red. All these have the animal theme as well as the spiritual dimension to it. And these stories are mostly stories which help a child or the character in the story to move towards autonomy. And while the child is moving towards autonomy, the reader is also moving towards autonomy. If you look at most of the fairy tales, you will find that this element of doing away with the past self and moving into a progressive adult self or grown-up self of autonomy is there embedded in these stories. Each of the fairy tale is a journey into the interior of the mind, because the tales are placed not in time or reality, but actually in a state of mind. We can talk about some of the fairy tales, like, say, for example, Beauty and the Beast. It is the beast inside you, which through intervention of the goodness of somebody like Beauty, that turns you or transforms you into a prince. Similarly, it is placed in a state of mind. And most appealing element of one of the most appealing elements of the fairy tales is that they are very therapeutic. They give a catharsis to the reader who goes through his inner pressures. And that is one of the ways of a child to deal with his inner pressures. That is to externalize these inner monsters that, or the inner demons that he is fighting with. So that is why we have these personalities like a good fairy or the evil witch. For example, if you take Hansel and Gretel, the parents are actually forgoing their children. They are leaving their children, abandoning their children in the forest. That is one side of the child who is always fearful of whether his parents will, in case of some shortcomings on their part, would abandon them. That fear is dealt with here, and they meet an evil witch. And when the evil witch is killed, they are finally redeemed. That is the story of Hansel and Gretel. And also, if you see a story like Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, the good mother dies, and there is an evil queen who is out there to kill Snow White, and also goes behind her to kill her, poison her, etc. Then, if you look at the Red Riding Hood, the story of the Red Riding Hood, there is a wolf who has eaten the grandmother, and when the grandmother when the wolf is killed, only the grandmother is coming out. So all these evil figures onto which the child is placing his fears, his anchor of the parental figures in his life, are finally destroyed, because only then the child is having a catharsis of purging his rage towards his mother or his parental figure or his fears. Then he will be able to come out as an individual who can love his parents and also accept his parents in a guilt-free world. So fairy stories help to create that kind of a guilt-free ecosystem for the child reader. And the therapeutic potentials of fairy tales is great. The first thing is that they create non-threatening conditions in which the child can try out different approaches and different perspectives. For example, if you look at Goldilocks and the Three Bears, Goldilocks, we might think of Goldilocks as a very stupid person, but we find that a child wants to go on adventures. Again, if you look at the Red Riding Hood also, the mother had asked her not to wander, but she goes on an adventure. Goldilocks goes into the forest and does several things that she would want to do. And finally, when she finds these bears, she just runs away. You cannot imagine running away from three bears whose house you have ransacked. And also, in the case of Red Riding Hood, she finds a ferocious wolf who leaves her unharmed for a while, so that the wolf can go into the grandmother's house, avoid the woodcutter, and also swallow the grandmother. So all these are spaces or time given to the child in order to venture out into this world of several fearful things, several menacing things, etc. And also to try out different things, but come back unharmed. And the dark elements of these fairy tales are put there in order to give reassurance to the child. That is, when the woodcutter comes and kills the wolf, opens the wolf's stomach and brings out the loving grandmother back, it gives a great reassurance to the child, while also passing on the message that you should be very careful when you are dealing with strangers. Same is the case of Pinocchio, who wanders and goes through naughty adventures, and when he is encountered by two evil figures like a wolf and a cat. So when they are saved with the help of the grass, when he is saved with the help of the Jiminy Cricket, it is a reassurance to the child reader also. And it also gives an element of vicarious pleasures and thrills to the child. Whatever he is not allowed, whatever he is cautioned against, whatever he feels threatened about, he can, in a very safe space of a room or his home, he can enjoy these pleasures in a vicarious manner without getting hurt, without being threatened, or without going into any kind of danger. So the duality motive is there to preserve the good image, as I told you earlier. And the child also is guilt-free. The good image, the idealized image is kept. For example, in a story where there is a fairy godmother like Cinderella and the evil stepmother, the evil stepmother is a parent replacement. So the child, in order to externalize his inner pressures, is splitting up personalities. When his mother gets angry, the child finds the mother as an evil witch or an ogre or a beastly figure, etc. And that figure is dealt with. And mostly in most stories, they are killed. For example, in Rapunzel, Rapunzel is imprisoned in a tower by an evil witch, and finally the evil witch is done away with. Or in a story like Hansel and Gretel, the evil witch is pushed into a fire and killed. Or in the case of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, the evil queen is done away with. In all these elements of these menacing figures are parent replacements. And when they are done away with, when they are killed, the child is able to come back. The child reader is able to come back to the idealized figure that he or she has in his mind or in her mind about one's own mother. So the child can accept one's mother in the ideal figure that is portrayed in the fairy tale, like that of a fairy godmother, this Cinderella's fairy godmother, or the mother who has been abandoned earlier, etc. Another motive is the dead mother and the orphan motive. In many of these stories, we find that a good character is an orphan. For example, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs were Snow White becomes an orphan right after her birth. Or in Cinderella, Cinderella is an orphan because her mother dies and her father marries another evil person. And this dead mother or dead parent motive and the orphan motive is there in order to do away with one's childhood. It is an important element that a child reader needs in his journey towards selfhood, in his journey towards adulthood. Or we can say that it is kind of a story where there is a transformation into adulthood, like a Bildungsroman. So many of these fairy tales are of that Bildungsroman genre also, by which they achieve selfhood by replacing or doing away with their old self. Then there are realistic portrayals of death and grieving in most of these fairy tales. For example, if you take the story of Little Mermaid, the Little Mermaid finally dies. Her friends, the merman and the other mermaids, give her a dagger for her to commit suicide. And in a story like Rapunzel, the original story ends in a very sad way. The original story of Little Mermaid also ends sadly. And she turns in, but fairy tales do not completely end in sadness. So Little Mermaid changes into a beautiful star. So this is to give coping skills with the loss of a dear parent or a dear relative, or sometimes it could be a dear pet. And it gives time for the child reader to grieve the death while feeling protected. But most of us are familiar with the Disney versions of these fairy tales, especially stories like The Little Mermaid, where Ariel is in love with the prince, and the story ends happily. Even though she goes through several turmoils, it ends happily. What I feel about these Disney tales are that while they are very appealing visually, they are not giving those therapeutic, they are not providing those therapeutic elements of coping with loss. So Disneyfication actually loses the, or brings down the, excuse me, or brings down the deeper elements or the deeper meanings of the age-old fairy tales. Sometimes these violent closures are necessary in order to bring poetic justice, and they purges the child of his or her fears and rages, as I had mentioned earlier. And the violence, that is good versus evil, is one of the most important motives of fairy tales. And the violence that come out of this, the war or the fight between the good and the evil, they are an integral part of fairy tales, as well as they are integral part of our human real life also. And this violence is portrayed in order to stir the reader to the stark reality of the disenchanted world that is out there. The child has to cope with the disenchanted world of reality, and it is only through this magical world of the fairy tales that the child will be able to come back and accept the world which is not always magical. Because at the end, as one of the main proponents of the uses of fairy tales, a theorist called Bruno Bettelay, he says that none of the fairy tales or stories for children usually end in total disaster or total loss or sadness, because children need to cope with the real world through a fantasy world of goodness, the good triumphing over evil, or everything becoming happily ever after. So it allows a re-enchantment to the child reader. When I say child reader, I also mean all those adults who, all those of us adults who have a child within us, because it is why we still love fairy tales. It is why we always go back to those recurring themes of stories which have these archetypal motifs. I just used two quotes from Bruno Bettelheim in his book called Uses of Enchantment. He says that fairy tales in fairy tales, children use these fairy stories to deal with the conflicts between the inner world that is inside the child and the outer world. And that is how these archetypal motifs of stories become relevant to our life. Another theorist called Gerard Jones, who has written uh, on the need to kill imaginative monsters in his book Killing Monsters, Why Children Need Superheroes and Make Believe Violence. He says that killing monsters and taking revenge in imagination are vital compensation for the wildness we all need to surrender. There is an element of violence in each of us, and we need to surrender that on our way to becoming better people. As we have seen, all fairy tales have their inherent messages, which are universal and which appeal to everyone. They are not always didactic, but still they convey certain messages overtly or covertly. And Cinderella conveys the message that graciousness is priceless, and Sleeping Beauty is a nature allegory. Where we find the beast during the winter season transforming into a beautiful or a handsome prince and everything becomes like spring season again. Then the Little Mermaid gives us the message of a moral choice that the Little Mermaid had to make. Either she had to kill the prince or she had to go choose immortality. So that is the challenge of a moral choice that every child would find in his growing up stage. And Beauty of and the Beast is about how promises are to be kept, because the father of Beauty made a promise, but he broke it. That is what brings Beauty to the Beast, and the story thus goes on. And also it shows gives us the universal message that appearances are often deceptive. All that glitters are not gold, because when Beauty is ready to love the Beast without considering his physical appearance, and when real love takes over, only the curse or the spell is lost, and the Beast becomes a handsome prince. And Rapunzel, as I told you earlier, it's a warning and as well as a celebration of freedom. So to conclude, we know that fairy tale heritage is always there, and they appeal to us because they were always there from time immemorial, and to the present day they were always there, and it appeals to the child as well as the adult readers, because they give coping lessons, they are therapeutic, and they have a psycho analytic purpose, serving to help a child become an adult, and help an adult to become a better adult. And it also helps the reader to invent one's own stories. And in conclusion, I have to say that we need such literature of repeated rituals and renewals of archetypal motifs for us to cling on to, for us to be empowered, be strengthened by, and to help us to usher in an adult world of nonviolence, a guilt-free world of fantasy and fairy world, of well-modulated aggression is what is most essential. When I say well-modulated aggression, I mean that the violence in the fairy tales are not as gross or as violent as those we find in graphic detail in many of the young adult novels that we find today. So fairy tales are for all, and fairy tales, as I told you, they go through all trials and tribulations of the character, and thereby taking the reader through all the trials and tribulations of his inner self as well as his surroundings, and bring him back to re-enchant all the readers, both child and adult. Thank you.
It was amazing, Lali ma'am. But I have some just observation, that is why there are always girls who are dominated, exploited, why the little Red Riding Hood has to, she's punished that way. That is, if you don't listen to the elders, you will have a wolf. That is, you will be exploited by the wolf. Or same with, isn't it?
Yeah, but I don't think that it is essentially right. That is okay. What you said is right. Red Riding Hood is punished. She wanders away. But the same happens to Pinocchio. Pinocchio is a male hero. Then Tom Thumb.
Yeah.
Then Jack and the Beanstalk. Jack is a boy. There are several stories in which the character is male, but I think that is as time goes on, we know that how the patriarchal society had a grip on
These fairy tales
female
reflect the
freedom.
patriarchal society.
Yeah, so that is why mostly these stories were the ones that they used to moralize, because the girl is supposed to be very modest, very gracious,
Submissive,
very suffering, and be self-sacrificial like Cinderella, because the patriarchal society demanded it. So that could be a later addition when these became part of the canon, when they became part of the written literature. Because there are stories which have no connection as we read it today with the oral traditions of some of those stories. They are very violent, very
very violent.
Yeah, and also talking about life in the raw sense of its reality. So these could be additions and also deletions, of course, and also.
But there are popular witches, popular mothers. That is, mirror, mirror on the wall. Who is beautiful?
Who is the fairest of them all?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
that is
mother
also part of the.
the father is loving.
Yeah, and fairness to be associated with the skin. That comes from the colonized psyche of the colonized. All these are elements which were added on or tweaked later on by the feudal as well as the patriarchal society.
Yeah. So actually, this is a very area where we can research on gender perspectives of these children's stories or even these fairy tales.
Yeah, there has been quite a few papers or researches being done on the gender aspects of fairy tales.
Yeah, but not in India, I guess.
Yeah, in India also, but I don't know if they have been published as books. There have been journal publications on the gender aspect of fairy tales.
Okay, it was good deliberation, Lali ma'am, and thank you very much. And even though your health is not good, you said yes for this webinar. So nice of you. At bottom of my heart, I thank you. I thank Savita ma'am also, because there was one event happened yesterday in her family, but she's still here. And so nice of you, both of you.
I'm sorry about that, Savita.
Thank you very much.
And thank you, Ujjwala, even though I was very reluctant And as I
Yeah.
told you, it was
I
very
know.
hectic in the college. Because you asked me, I couldn't say no
Thank
to
you.
it. And now I
Thank you
feel
very
that
much.
it was good. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Enjoyed the session also.
And thank you very much. I'll call you in the evening. Over to Mrs. Prabhunet.
Very grateful to you, ma'am, and a great thank you. Lali ma'am emphasized upon the fact that fairy tales are collected wisdom of human race, and she also dwelled upon the capacity for mystery and wonder. She stressed upon the preservation of moral values through fairy tales. She also emphasized the therapeutic and cathartic potential of the fairy tales. She drew attention to the very significant aspect of fairy tales in helping children to cope with inner pressures, externalizing them. She highlighted the therapeutic potential of fairy tales by explaining precisely the process that works under the surface. The role of the fairy tales in purging the fear and rage in the child and allowing re enchantment by relieving it from the disenchanted world of violence. Wonderful presentation, Lalima. I now, after this spellbinding speech, we need to move on to the remarks of the chairperson for the session, Dr. Savita Kerkar. The platform is yours, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Lali ma'am, when I was listening to you, I again became a child, you know. And when you were telling about Rapunzel and Hansel and Gretel, and because I have also read those stories in German, and then I was just trying to compare, you know, how which word is used here, and unknowingly I started doing that, and then
Oh, that's wonderful.
and Seven Dwarfs and Cinderella, all those stories. And before you joined, actually, I read out a story which my father had written, and it is about rose and getting thorns. You know, it's a fictitious tale which says that it should be diversity should be there. And if you don't have diversity, and India, I feel really great that we live in India because there's so much diversity,
Yeah, of course.
cultures, in language, in everything, and we are so rich. So I read that story, and when I was listening to you, I don't mind becoming your student.
Really, that's true.
It was really great listening to ma'am. And once again, you should come to Pune and we should meet up, na, Ujjwala?
Yeah, of course. And you
Yeah,
should come to
yeah.
Kerala also.
Thank you so much. It was just wonderful.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for the good words, Savita, and also the head of the department, and Ujjwala. Thank you so
Don't
much.
forget me, Lali. Don't forget me.
Oh, you are there. Oh, Swati.
Yeah, I thought
Swati,
you
you
left.
are showing
Nice
this
to hear you.
iPhone 13. You are not showing Swati. You are saying iPhone 13 mini. How can
Okay.
Swati.
It was wonderful to listen to you, Lali. Really.
I'm sorry, I was so tied up in college till the last year session, Swati.
It's all right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ujjwala, for this wonderful opportunity to listen to this
Thank
lecture.
you. I thank you. Actually, I have no words. That we came into, we came on same platform after so long.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Virtually though.
It's a wonderful sight to have a galaxy of stars here. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your insightful remarks. To conclude the session, I request Dr. Ujjwala, ma'am, to kindly extend the vote of thanks.
I thank Dr. Lali ma'am once again for accepting my invitation. I didn't have any idea that your schedule is so tight and your health is not good, but so nice of you that you accepted my invitation, and we will meet again sometime.
Sure,
That is
of
in near
course.
future, maybe next year. And Savita ma'am, I thank you so much. I couldn't think about other name when I was thinking about who will chair the session, Lali Map session. So thank you for readily accepting it, and I enjoyed your story. Convey your father that we like the story, and we would like to read it. Is it available on Amazon?
No, I'll be
Is the book
sending it to
available
you.
on
It's
Amazon?
not for sale, we just distribute it in different schools. It is not for sale. It is just to give sort of moral values. So I will send it to you soft copy and you can give it to anybody.
Yeah, that's fine. And thank you very much.
Okay, Ben.
And
Bye-bye. Thank you.
yeah, bye. Bye valedictory session. And actually, please wait for valedictory session. It is also beautiful session. The chief guest, that is the speaker, is our multilingual poet actually from Kochi. Lali ma'am
I
must be
know.
knowing him.
Yeah.
Sam Sudhakar, Dr.
Yeah.
Sam Sudhakar. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we move on to the valedictory session.
Yeah. And one sec.
Yeah. We'll just wait for a second.
Yeah. I request Dr. Sneha Prabhude ma'am to introduce our valedictory session and the chief guest for valedictory session, and also one of the veteran teachers of English, Professor Dr. Sunil Sawant. Professor Dr. Sunil Sawant.
Thank you, ma'am. It's my profound pleasure to introduce.
One sec, let's check if Dr. Sudhakar has joined. I'll ask some Sudhakar to join. Give me 1 second, please. Hello, how are you, Savan sir? Please unmute yourself. Yeah. Can't listen to you, sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now you can hear
Warm
me.
welcome, sir.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Sir. Yes. We are proceeding to the valedictory session. Just a few moments before our chief guest for the valedictory session joins us. In a few seconds, he'll join us and we'll start immediately.
So it is, I guess, 2:30, I think, scheduled time was 2:30, but happily, yeah. So please join. The chairperson is already there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And can you share your the slides? Can you do that? Or do you want me to share your slides? Yeah, you can share it. Yeah, no problem. Okay, we are there. Please join. Okay, thank you.
Our chief guest is joining very shortly, in 5 minutes. In the meantime, we shall discuss a few things. If our resource persons or the chairperson for this session wish to share any of their views, they are most welcome.
Savan sir,
Yes.
would you like to say something?
Yes.
That is, you can comment on the morning sessions. Were you there?
Yeah. I was there right from the beginning. I have attended all the sessions and enjoyed them, all of them. All the
Thank you, sir.
sessions were wonderful. No, of course, I had the opportunity to meet Srimati Swati Raje when I had been for one international conference in Pune,
Yes.
organized by Bhasha. And after a very long gap, I had this opportunity, wonderful opportunity to listen to her. And she took a very wonderful survey of the kind of developments that have happened in the field of fairy tales and in children's literature. And another scholar, Dr. Lally Matthews, she has also done her doctoral research in this field. And because of that, because of her scholarship, her presentation was also equally wonderful. Um, um, while listening to all these speeches, okay, I recalled different moments in my life when I came across something wonderful, something magical from the world of fantasy. Of course, when Principal Dr. Deshpande spoke, and he talked about the rhyme of the ancient mariner, the poem I liked very much, and I taught it several times. The poem took me to Kubla Khan, written by Coleridge, and the lines which I had actually learned by heart. In Xanadu did Kubla Khan a stately pleasure dome decree, where Alps, the sacred river, ran through caverns measureless to man, down to a sunless sea. Those lines written by Coleridge also I recalled because these lines also take us to the wonderful world of Kubla Khan, which is mysterious, which is full of mystery. And the way these 5 lines take us into the wonderful land of stately pleasure dome, where we start imagining that Kubla Khan, some king, giving this kind of decree, this kind of order of constructing what is called pleasure dome, a palace, a building where only pleasures will rule, that kind of thing. But again, Alps, the sacred river, ran through caverns measureless to man, down to a sunless sea. Now that sunless brings in some darkness, brings in some evil. And, even though the stately pleasure dome is there, there is a possibility of some disaster, some calamity happening to this pleasure dome if the river, the sacred river Alps, through caverns measureless to man, if it is going to a sunless sea, down to a sunless sea, then there is some evil omen there. I also recalled some stories, The Happy Prince by Oscar Wilde, or, for example, A Wrong Man in the Workers' Paradise by Rabindranath Tagore. Yes, so many tales which make an appeal to children as well as to adults. I also remembered different lines. For example, when Kelkerman, for example, she presented her poem on the roads. Okay, I immediately recalled the poem by Torudat, Lotus. Love came to Flora asking for a flower. That would of flowers be undisputed queen. Okay, and a very interesting battle between the flower of the lily and the rose is there, and instead of the lily or the rose, this flower of lotus comes into life. Okay, so very interesting story narrated by Torudat in the form of a sonnet in that poem. So these things take us to our different memories. What I would like also to share, which I will not, of course, cover now in chairman's speech, chairperson's remarks, but something, if time is there, or otherwise, if the resource person is joined, I will stop. Has he joined? Resource person joined or not yet? I don't hear.
He is joining In 5 minutes.
5 minutes. So shall I continue?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
because the time given to him was 2:30, so
Yes,
he was
yes.
having his lunch.
Yeah. So something I would like.
Even sir, ancient mariner, the appearance of albatross, the dead bodies on the ship, and the ship gets stuck in the snow. Then again, when he appreciates, the mariner appreciates the God's creation, the ship comes out of the stuck snow and it starts traveling. Yeah, sailing.
Yeah.
Uh,
The rhyme.
yeah, there is magic.
Actually, 3 poems written by Coleridge: The Rime of the Ancient Mariner, Kubla Khan, and one more is Christabel. These 3
Yeah.
poems, they are famous for supernatural elements. And again, his theory of suspension of belief, the way we suspend our belief when we visit the world of fairy tales and other. Yeah. So I also now would like to talk briefly about the experience of enjoying all the films in Harry Potter series. Actually, when I was the teacher, I had no time to read Harry Potter, and later on, the way you must have found these days, once you become senior, you have to look after administration, and but when I had time, I started enjoying all these movies, and of course, the world of fantasy, the world of magic realism. Okay, the way these forms they have been handled in the recent days. For a long time, literature was called the mirror of society or the mirror of life, and realism dominated. Even in Marathi, Bhalchandra Nemade, he talked about, Vastavvat, reality must be presented. Okay. And, but whether realistic fiction is there all the time, the novel of manners is there. But at the same time, we know that Gothic fiction or sci-fi in the recent days, or for example, this magic realism. Okay, so when I was doing my doctoral research, I used to have a lot of discussion about all these forms, and with Professor Jagidar, my research guide, and he brought to my notice the essay written by Rajwadi in the 19th century itself, in which he had discussed these two terms, Vastavvad and Adbhut. Okay, so Adbhut, this element had been considered by our thinkers even in the 19th century itself. Rajwadi, in his essay about the novel, about fiction, he has taken the notice of Adbhut, about mystery, about romance, about Gothic fiction, and all these things. And we find that we cannot give preference only to realistic kind of fiction or naturalistic kind of fiction. Even Gothic fiction or this mythological kind of fiction, or we can say this fantasy, they have their own ways of enriching the minds of not only children but also adults. In the case of fairy tales or in the case of
Doctors.
children's tales.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sam
So
Sudhakar is
I
here.
think Dr. Sham Sudhakar had joined. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity to share some of my views, general views about my experience of enjoying children's literature. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome, Dr. Sudhakar. And this is our valedictory session. And I request Professor Dr. Snehal Prabhune, head of the department and co-convener of this webinar, to introduce our valedictory chief guest.
It's my profound pleasure to introduce the valedictory chief guest, Dr. Sam Sudhakar, Department of English, St. Thomas College, Thrissur, Kerala. A bilingual poet, editor, and translator, Dr. Sam Sudhakar is a recipient of the Srinivas Rayaparol Poetry Prize for 2022. His works are widely published in Chinese, Hebrew, French, Tamil, and Bengali, apart from his native tongue, Malayalam. Earbound, Damp, Avasanathe Kolimin, The Last Meteor, and Kadalinte Kabalakkaran. I hope I'm pronouncing it properly. Keeper of the Sea in Malayalam, Drenched by the Sun in English, Slicing the Moon, a bilingual video rendering, Sam Sudhakar, Kavithaikal, poems of Sam Sudhakar in Tamil, Samudrer Prahari in Bengali are some of his notable works. His works are widely published and translated both online and offline. Presently, he is engaged in writing Muzires, collection of English poetry, and Malu the Astronaut, a world of children's fiction. Critic K. Satchidanandan rightly points out the linguistic and thematic diversity contained in his poetry. His writing consistently engages with myths, legends, and fairy tales, often exploring spaces of magic realism that evoke a sense of imaginative discovery. We have a very versatile resource person in Dr. Sam Sudhakar, who has traversed a variety of areas. Editor Conspectus, a journal of English studies, founder member of Center for Performance Research and Cultural Studies in South Asia, poetry advisor of Sydney School of Arts and Humanities, and is currently teaching English literature at St. Thomas College, Thrissur, Kerala. He has the honor of participating in the 9th Athens World Poetry Festival in Greece and the Brisbane Poetry Festival in Sydney, Australia, along with numerous poetry reading both at home and abroad. He has been a writer in residence at the International Writers and Translators House, Ventspils, Latvia. We are indeed blessed to have such a personality with a poet's soul and a reader of children's mind as chief guest for the valedictory session. He will dwell upon the stories that wrote me, fairy tales, and my craft. The platform is yours, sir.
Thank you. I hope I am audible.
Yes.
Am I?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that introduction. And thank you for inviting me, Dr. Ujjwala Tathe. I'm so happy to be here to talk to our friends. And as the title suggests, I'm going to talk about some of uh, my feelings recently. What are the things that I'm thinking recently? Because it is somewhat connected with the fairy tales of my land and my own writing, how the land and the fairy tale is being reflected in my own writing is the focus, and also how, I mean, it's somewhat like I wanted to give a brief structure of the South Indian landscape. And I just wanted to know from you whether it is the same with you, because uh, in the earlier lectures, we found like how the fairy tales work in a global level. And I thought I would talk about how fairy tale worked in my life personally and my own writing, and also how my own land reflects or creates a several new kinds of fairy tales. Because as you know, I'm coming from Kerala, and here the landscape, I'm going to talk about the peculiarity of landscape, and especially in the beginning of 20th century. So actually, this idea came to me some maybe a decade back when I was about to publish my English collection, Drenched by the Sun. And I asked, it was in 2014, I guess, yeah. So I asked Dr. Sachidanandan to give me an introduction for my book because in 2001, I was so quite happy with his introduction in my Malayalam collection. So I really wanted him to do an introduction for my English collection as well. So I gave the manuscript of my book to Sachidanandan, and I waited for, and almost he took almost 1 month to finish that manuscript. And to my surprise, this was the title of Fables and Dreams. This was the title of the introduction that he offered to my book. And I was till then I was thinking that like I'm writing, following the path of these modernist writers, and I was thinking like thinking about only about the political and social aspect of my poems. But all of a sudden, this title of Fables and Dreams made me reread my own poems, actually, because I was quite surprised that he found so many animals and birds and also a dream kind of structures in my poems, and which I never thought much about it. And then I started thinking like how my poems, how childhood, my own childhood reflects in my poems. It was a sudden kind of realization to me. And then I took my books, earlier books, and I started rereading it. And then I realized that I'm made of certain things. Like as Shakespeare said, I mean, we are made up of such stuff that dreams are made of. In the way that the entire land and dreams of the land actually got reflected in my own personality. And then I started thinking about my own personality, how it works. And if I'm writing, and or actually, I mean, for me, poetry just comes in. It's not a deliberate attempt or something. It just comes to my soul. So it made me rethink about my own land and how what are the stories. And then I when I'm reading my own poems, I could remember those childhood, which I'm not a child now, but we are all children in one way or the other in our memories, in our dreams and memories. We are still children. And certain oral stories that I overheard when I was sleeping next to my mother and father, and certain things that just comes in my ears got reflected in my own poems. Certain stories and several folk elements. Actually, I was not from a city-based Kerala. I was always, I mean, I am born and brought up in a village in Palakkad, and even now in Kerala we have a metro city. Is not a properly, completely framed metro city, I would say. Cochin is our metro city. And we don't have a big city like Delhi or Pune or Bangalore or Chennai. So this there is a kind of rawness in the landscape, and apart from this rawness, there was a kind of fear in when I was a child. So all these oral narratives and stories, actually, I get some connection with the fear, the idea of fear that I had in my mind when I was a child. The dark alleys and the lonely temples where we always hear like one god going from one temple to the other in the night, and some people have actually seen it, and then they got mad. And stories were created in our villages, and people used to discuss such stories. And I started thinking that okay, I never had a kind of childhood where there were quite a number of snow. What it's called? Our fairy tales was like this. The fairy tales that just came to me were in connection with the folk elements of my own village. And I think that is an it's a kind of Indian reality, or I would say South Indian reality. Word that is perhaps that is why when A.K. Ramanujan published that book, he titled it as Folktales from India. He never said fairy tales, and there were quite a number of fairy tales there in that book. Still, he said it is folk tales. So I think in Indian scene, this idea of fairy tales and folk tales are a kind of mixed, and it's very difficult for us to take one from the other. So it is interwoven in that way. And for us, it is a kind of connected with our innate fears, and also not just fear, freedom from the fear. So that's what I wanted to, tell the whole this talk. And Um, for the theoretical speculations as a part of this an academic talk, I thought I just try to draw there are some theoretical speculations from the book Social Framework of Memory by Maurice Halbauch. And in that book, he rightly points out that memory, as we all know, like we are all made up of, our stuff is basically.
जमा कुठे कर तुमच्याकडेच ठेवा हो हो नाही
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
तुमच्याकडेच ठेवा
So it is about the memory. And this memory, we cannot say that my own memory is, I will never say that my memory, memory means like it's not there out, only in my brain. Actually, it's not purely individualistic, but it is socially constructed because we are a social being, and the idea of memories works in a totally different way because our brain will erase certain memory. For example, if you are going to your house to your college, you won't be feeling each and every second that you travel. Then maybe you can think about this morning when you go from your college to your home, or your home to your college. It won't be feeded in each and every second, won't be feeded in our brain. The brain has a tendency to erase certain things, many things, which is recurring. And it actually feeds certain incidents when maybe your bus got the tire of your bus got punctured, or anything happened, or you met a stranger near the bus, a stranger sat next to you and irritates you, or maybe friendly with you, whatever it is, then you remember that day. That is how our memory works. So it is, we can't say that it is purely individualistic, and it is actually connected with our social things, and even our very personal, and memory need not be true. That is another issue, because whatever people feeds in our brain, and the brain has a tendency to reshape it and imagine certain things. So I always, when we have some personal conversation, I ask some of my friends, like, oh, whether you said this to you, said this to me, or even I'm just imagining. Because that is what our human. That is how the human brain works, I guess. Because maybe my father didn't say me, and all his childhood, but whenever he say that, it I actually captures whatever he say as pictures in my mind. So slowly, those pictures can act as my own experience, and I started believing that I have experienced it. And that is exactly what happens about the fairy tales from the South, actually. And in my own life, actually, whenever we hear stories, it is not, especially I'm talking about the oral stories, it is not out there, but it actually becomes our own experience, our own personal experience. And actually, this is being like, that's why I said, like, the personal memories actually shaped by, it's basically, they are all our own personal memory is being shaped by our own community, means family or religion, nation, state, and it has political aspects, social aspect, many aspects. So that is how our memory, childhood memory, shapes us, and we never have a kind of escape from those memories. And believe me, these stories has the capacity to change, to reshape our own present. And that is what I realized when I reread my own poems. I never expected, oh, this memory is here. I didn't knew. I mean, when I didn't know when I wrote it. But from a critical point of view, when I actually went back to my own work, I realized that all the childhood memories and all those stories and everything became my own experience, and it is very much there in my works. And also family stories. As I said earlier, I was a child and sleeping next to my mother. We hear, while half asleep, we hear a lot of stories about maybe gossips or whatever. It all has a kind of connection with our own the framework of it. And this family stories shape childhood memories, and every family narratives and everything. And also, I had a grandmother. She's not my father's mother. I mean, father's grandmother. And my father's mother never used to tell me stories because my father and mother eloped, and then she was a little angry with my father. So I don't think she had a very good time with us, we children. But my father's grandmother was so kind, and she used to take us. I mean, we were quite 5 or 6 children, and we used to gather, especially during the after the food, after the lunch. We used to gather around her, and she used to tell stories. And this repetition, this I mean, there is a kind of repetition that she said. The way she narrates, as Gabriel Garcia Marquez said, like she she narrates stories with a kind of same face. She never, whenever the demon comes, or whenever the princess got married to the prince, she has the same face. She never got excited. No, she has the same face always, and that thing actually triggered my entire memory. Like she just narrates, she just narrates the entire story, and we were all listening to her. And it all those patterns that she narrates, and at times she repeats. We all know that the idea of repetition is so important in children's literature, and especially in fairy tales. She repeats. I remember. Like a small boy, I was imagining it is it is myself, and a small boy threatens a small plant, saying that if you grew up, and if you couldn't grow up and flower by tomorrow morning, I will take my father's broken knife, and I will cut you into one, two, three. And from that idea of one, two, three, I learned, like it just came to my memory. And now, whenever I utter one, two, three, that story just comes in. And that boy, and imagine that there's a funny part in it. Like the boy is saying that it is a broken knife. And yeah, the knife is broken. You see, but the boy just takes the broken knife and threatens the plant, like I'll cut you into one, two, three. So apart from this funny part, he is offering a kind of threat towards this plant. And such things actually went inside my head for a long time. And also some of uh, stories, like she was in Burma, and earlier. So I'm just connecting the political aspect of India as well. That's why I said she was in Burma, and during the Burmese war, she and her husband came here to Kerala. And then one story that she told me was uh, during the time of Bharani, there is a festival. She heard a knock in her own door in the night, and she opened the door. And then, no, she didn't open the door. She was about to open the door, and then her husband my great grandfather, said it seems that don't open the door tonight. It is dangerous. And then she didn't open, and then she uttered the the person who is on the other side of the door. She uttered that like, okay, we are not able to open the door, so you please go and you come tomorrow morning. And then she peeped through the window, it seems, and after some time she saw a giant guy, completely dark in color, and who is lame, and he was walking, it seems. She said she has seen it with her eyes, and we all believe it. And also, one story that she said was she saw a completely fair man walking across the field with a dhoti on his shoulders, and he was just walking and walking very fast. Slowly he was walking, but he just crossed the entire field in 5 minutes or 3 minutes or something. The entire field stretch he just crossed. So, and the funny part is that my father later, after 1 or 2 years after this story, he also told me the same story as his experience. Uh, this is funny actually, because my grandmother says it was her experience, and for my father it becomes his experience. And later, recently, when I started thinking about this, I asked my father whether you saw it or are you lying, and he said yes, I have seen it. Because I think I'm not questioning whether such things are there, but with my logic, what I felt is that it has become his own memory. That is exactly what these stories creates actually. It becomes our own experience. Each and every story becomes our own personal experience. And I think that is what is happening when all these fairy tales get mixed with the local myths and legends. And for me, uh, in our language, basically I speak Malayalam. And in our language, the exact translation for fairy tales, when we say fairy tales, the earlier books translated it as Yakshikanaga. It's a term, Yakshikanaga. And Yakshi doesn't mean fairy, it's a kind of demons. So that is what the translation, when even day before yesterday, when I was framing this, I typed and asked Google to translate it to Malayalam. And Google translated exactly Yakshikanaga. So even now, this translation is not have done it, but even now, our fairy tales are our Yakshikanaga, the stories of demon and demoness. So so there is a kind of fear deep-rooted in each and every fairy tales of mostly, maybe I would say 80-85% of the fairy tales in South India are connected with the idea of fear. It's not very beautiful, but of course it is very colorful. It reflects, it gets reflected in our own brain and our own self in a different way, very colorful way. But initially it was not colorful. So when it is almost like when the white light just comes as it is, and then spreads in our own body, our own heart, and make this white light, because white contain almost all the colors. It just spread through our body, through our brain. We never know, and slowly we started reflecting such things in our own writing, and that is why these fairy tales, these yakshikanagal, are so important in my personal life. And also about lullabies. And many of the lullabies, the funny part is that many of the lullabies that I heard were not actually lullabies, but were poems. Later I realized many of them were poems written by many writers from Kerala, which showcases that these writers, these modernist writers, we know what modernism means, and very serious, very political. And many of these modernist writers, especially during the 60s, many of these writers wrote quite a number of poems for children. And what I'm an 80s kid, and uh, many of many of these poems that I heard in the 80s as lullabies sung by my aunt. So later in the later part of this this talk, I was thinking that in the later I will explain two poems. I will not explain. I will talk about two poems that I heard from my aunt. One is Pinnumbulim, and the other one is uh, this one, Pudapot. So these are the two lullabies that I heard from my, and it actually it had a great influence in my own writing. And this maybe I will read one poem that I said earlier, about my grandmother's experience, which I never knew it was my experience from my grandfather when I wrote it. But later I realized I'll just read one poem just to make you understand the connection between these two, just as an example. Um, just 1 minute.
What happened?
Yeah, 1 minute, 1 minute. Yeah. Yes. It's titled From the Mire. I dream a man climbs the back steps of my house, carrying death on his shoulders. The rusty smell and the sound of the cast leg. Never before heard of in history. The swaying paddy field, its tranquility, the narrow ridges of the field, its own crabs, the same fishes, the same dream, the same continuity. They say that my grandfather, a landlord, shifted a whole field in a single night. It was before 1957. No history ever heard of it. When drenched in rain, he looked like a train. Someone is climbing the steps, bearing a field that withered before the harvest. Water splashes into the iron rhythm of his lost leg. The field came to the husk floor, clinging to the grain and to the house, clasping a woman's hands. So that's the point. I just wanted to elaborate. I never knew when I wrote this. I never knew this is the connection. And later, I come to know. Okay, this is what it's there in my collective, in my archetypal, or in that memory. Yeah, unconscious thing. And as I said, this idea of orality, this oral tradition, gives me a kind of, what should I say, a kind of new light and everything. As in this poem, I said, like, I, because just like my father, I'm also carrying the same story as my own experience. And well, I mean, and it is a kind of, I share a kind of fear that I have towards that man, the dark guy, whom my grandmother claims, and I don't know how many generations who made that story, maybe her grandmother, I don't know. But I heard it from generation to generation. Even now, I believe that I have seen it. Now I know I haven't seen it, but see, in my memory, it works in that way. So it was a kind of fear, and also a kind of, when I write it, it's a kind of freedom from the fear. So we are moving away from the so-called fears from our own society, and also the social context of Kerala during the 19th century, on the late 18th century and 19th century. um, I think almost 80% of the whole land was forest. And that's exactly why quite a number of animals are there in literature. And people were, and in this poem, which I'm going to elaborate, uh, leopard is a major character. So there were quite a number of leopards, and I asked K.C. Narayanan a couple of days back. He was a elderly guy. He's a critic, and in our conversation, he told me that it is when he was a child, he he heard the stories of leopard coming to houses and taking off the babies. It's not. It's like almost the wolf comes and the mother tells the baby that I'll give you to the wolf, and the wolf just waits. I mean, such a thing was a kind of reality. It's not just the out there in the fairy tales. It was once a reality, and maybe in the West, in England, those realities were okay. Now it is all there are stories because of this industrial revolution and the city, the arrival of the city, emergence of the city. But we still have those kind of forests in our landscapes. And it is a kind of magic realism. And I think that is why Dr. Anamika Chakravarti, when she wrote a book on my own work, she titled it as Shamsvagan and Landscape Poetry. And she was talking about this idea of magic realism. And the funny part is that magic realism is a kind of realism. Maybe for others, we can say that it's magic. It could be magic. They identify it as magic. But for us, it is realism. Whatever we feel, whatever we experience is a kind of realism. I won't say that like I haven't experienced it because it is, of course, an experience in from our own landscape. And I think the electricity, when the electricity comes, KZB, when electricity comes during the 1950s and 60s and become popular during the 70s, this idea of logic comes into our thing. And then we started thinking that there is no yaksh or no such fairies. Till then, we were believing in our villages and I don't know whether scientists believed it. I really don't know. But in villages and everywhere, there were Odian and Yakshi and many such demonic characters. And quite in once, at least once a month, you hear a man has seen it in the night. So people gather together and move through the dark alleys, and they say even my father quite a number of times my mother used to say don't go in the night through that space through that road, it's dangerous. And they won't say that. They won't say what the danger is, because if they say there is something, I mean, she will hear that demon or that fairy will hear this, so they won't say that. So, I mean, I think the light, which is of course a part of modernization, comes, and all these fairies and yakshis and Odian and all these people just vanished from our land, and then we started writing political poems and political writing. I think it was and now we only are thinking about what is written in the newspaper, and we started, looking at the television and at the horror stories. Actually, the entire scene was like from childhood. I could actually imagine more horror, not as like the demon is coming to your face.
Dr. Sam, Dr. Sudhakar.
Issue of connectivity is there. Better
Yeah,
you may
there is
call
some
him.
issue of connectivity because ours is good. The participants are here. Yeah.
No, no.
Yeah.
he has problem.
कार्यक्रम आपण conclude करूया.
Sham Sudhakar has problem. Once ring him, call him.
He will rejoin.
Yeah. See whether he is rejoining.
Yeah, I've called him.
Okay.
He said he will check. He will join. काय फोन करू नाही का मी केला होता म्हणाला हो का
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Madam, I think you are about to conclude the session or
Yeah,
about to conclude
The session is
no, the session was till 3:30, sir.
Okay.
He has some issues.
the resource person has some issue
Uh-huh.
with his connectivity. Will
Okay.
shortly communicate with it.
Okay.
Yeah, he's checking his connectivity. Let's see.
Yeah, a little bit I am requesting that just for official reason, I have to go to Shiva University, Kolhapur. If you allow, if the organizers allow, just I have to leave for Shiva University, Kolhapur. Just can I or
Sir, if it is urgent, sir, we
You-
will. Yeah, there.
You may leave.
Yeah, you may leave.
please, ma'am. Yeah.
If it is urgent, yeah,
Yeah.
we will manage. It is
Please,
almost.
ma'am, I request.
Okay,
Yes, I request you.
over.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sawan, sir. Hello.
Yes.
Sawan, sir.
Yes.
I don't know what happened. Maybe some technical glitch.
Yes. Then
He said he will rejoin. I think. He's joining. There is some connection issue, sir.
yeah. Yeah, he joined.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Some internet thing
That's
happens.
okay.
Yeah. So I don't know. Yes. Now, can you see my slide?
Yes, we
Can
can
you?
see
Hello?
your slide. Yes, we can see
Oh,
your
good.
slide.
Okay. Yeah. So, okay. Sorry, really sorry. I don't know. So, regarding this Yakshi thing, I wrote on Yakshi, and it is actually this poem is actually connected with the. Uh, and I'll tell you what Yakshi is. There is a small footnote, then you will understand it more. There is a popular myth in Kerala of a Yakshi, a demoness or a fairy who, with her enchanting beauty, seduces young men, mostly from the elite class. Asking for wet line, she takes them to her home on the top of a palm tree and sucks their blood. Her beauty comes from long flowing hair, captivating eyes, alluring smell, and the fragrance of pala flower. Whenever we walk through the forest, it's that we see, if you see a beautiful girl, and she will ask you for wetline, and if you touch her hands while taking the wetline or giving the wetline, then you are seduced. She will take you to her home on the top of the palm tree and succeed it. And this poem is about an enchantress atop the potted palm. Uh, this is about the connection between me and my own sister, and yeah, about the death of a sister and such things. Uh, I have a small epigraph from E.M.T. Vasudevan Nair, who is a novelist, and from his story. And this is the quote: "Whenever you hear of Leela, do not mistake me. Let me tell you, she's my sister." Enchantress atop the potted palm. One such night, I woke up to discover you and me a hill apart. Cannot touch, cannot speak, cannot eat, cannot sleep together. A bath together, never. Why so? I asked, as you sat over that Ceylon trunk like a dog, just as someone pointing to the 64-story tower rising into sky asked, wouldn't all die if a plane crashes into it? Like sluiced virgin waters, your dilated eyes gazing into infinity, fixed on the vast expanses, dreamt of a dusk full of wings. A mermaid, though denying, countered my wanderings, gathered my tears. After marriage, in the quiet of night, you would call. Is it raining? Has the mango tree flowered? How are Chinnu and her little ones? I forgot the name of the dumb valet who drowned in the well. Our writing table in the corridor, give it to me, if not in use. I know not what I feel. How Alikuti of Vadaketh House resigned from Panchayat due to a quarrel with dad. How Regina once cried on and on. How we managed with a single pair of slippers. How I wept at her marriage. I, who did not shed even a tear when her father died. The spark of inebriate words creeps up the spine, slowly, transparently. One such enchanted day after she died, Amma planted a palm in a pot. It will be only up to her waist. For Amma, she was even now the scale. At night, as I stepped out, a girl, just a finger long, on the rim of the pot, stretched out her hands to me for wetline. Hair spread out, blue light scattering. In the heavy fragrance of the bridal chamber, atop the palm is heard a brittle laughter. So that's why I said, like, it's those stories and those magical things just comes to our writing in such a way that we cannot evade it, we cannot escape from it. There is no escape from, you know, certain fear and certain freedom that these stories offer. And I had one more video, but I don't think we have much time to do that video now, and maybe later. Um, so I would like to shift to those two poems which I said earlier, modernist poems. Um, the title of those two poems were Pudapattu and Pindumbuli. So I still remember those the lines like കേട്ടിട്ടില്ലേ തുടികൊട്ടും കലർന്നൊട്ടു ചിലമ്പിൻ കലമ്പലുകൾ അയ്യയ്യ വരവങ്കില പുങ്കല വെയിലണിഞ്ഞ കരിമ്പൂതം. This is how it starts. And I thought like I'll just sing a little, though most of you won't understand it. Just to hear the sound of those things. And almost all this kind of tales, stories, many of them are oral narratives, and some of them are narrated in poetry format as well. That's what I wanted to tell you. And this one, it's a story of a small boy, and I chose this because one is a boy and the other one is a girl. The hero of one poem is a boy, small boy, and the other one is a small girl. And now I'm going to talk about Buddha Potter, where there is a small boy. And the boy, initially, the boy wanted the first section of the poem. In the first section of the poem, the boy just boy was he just born, and then slowly he was growing, and his connection with the mother. And this mother wanted to send the boy to the school, to the Gurukula, not the school actually, to the Gurukula system. And it is actually the boy has to cross a hill, because always when you cross, it's out there. The fear is out there. Like, so the boy has to walk through the hill and cross the hill and reach the other side of the hill where the guru is, the teacher teaches. So in the morning, the mother dresses the boy, and while the boy crosses this hill, the demon, this fairy thing, just waits. This yakshi just waits. We call it as Udam. And the funny part is that the Udam, this demon thing, waits, and she actually sees the boy, she or he, we don't know, but she comes in, that person comes as a small girl, and a small beautiful girl, and waits the boy I mean, a tree which is a full-blown tree and with a lot of flowers, and she waits and she seduces him, and she asks the boy that, like, you just throw all the iritani, the not the pen, the earlier thing to write, that metal thing that we used to write. You just throw that thing, because when we hold the metal, then it is believed that these demons cannot come near us. So the girl asks him to throw that iritani and just come over, and we can sit under the flower, under these flowers, and then we can write. It's actually the whole thing creates a kind of romance in the life of a small boy. And in the evening, the boy just totally got seduced by uh, this demons. And when in the evening the mother gets this mother has this problem, and then mother starts searching for the boy. So mother comes through the forest, and she becomes a totally from this nourishing mother. There is a kind of absence, and then she started searching for this boy. And then this demon who goes there as a leopard and as wildfire, as many ferocious things. And finally, the mother just plucked her own eyes and gives it to the poodle, and says, like, my son is this one is like worth than even my eyes. So you just give him back to me. So this demon gets, I mean, that's the tricky part. Then demon realized that, okay, the mother now, she cannot see it. So she just creates another boy. The says, തെച്ചിക്കോലു പറച്ചു ഭൂതം ചേലൊടുമന്ത്രം ജപിച്ചു ഭൂതം മറ്റൊരുണ്ണിയെ നിർമ്മിച്ചു ഭൂതം മാൻപോടോടെന്നോടി ഭൂതം. So she just creates that thing and asks this boy to run to the mother. And the moment the mother touches the boy, she realized, okay, this is not my child. So she was about to curse this Budam, and the Budam got frightened, and she said, oh, please take this small boy. The funny part is that Edashiri Govindan Nair, who wrote this poem, took it from this kind of a tale from so that kind of folk tale or fairy tale from Yakshikana. There was he made it as his own narrative. But there were small stories in the village, and he collected many stories of this Buddha. And then he made it as a beautiful poem. And now people remember this poem, and this poem actually becomes another kind of myth. And now one of the myths that we know was from this poem. See, like new myths are being created. So it was not, we forgot the earlier myths because of the oral thing. We forgot the earlier thing, and now we started following this major myth that this poet created. It's the funny part. And also the other one, Pinnambuli, were it's a story of a small girl who who lives near the forest in a small house alone, and she has 7 brothers who were out of the forest who lived with their family. And the story goes like this, that the girl once followed a crow, went inside the forest, and she happens to see a leopard. No, the cubs of a leopard, and then she picks them and brings them home and feed them and even puts this kajal to the leopard, the cubs, and then take them back into their home, their burrow. And when the mother leopard comes in, um, yeah, when the mother comes in, then she realized that this, she realized the smell of a girl, and she asked them like, "Who came here?" And the children say, "Nobody." They lie to their mother, and the children say like, "If we say the right thing, you will kill her. We don't want you to kill her." And then she goes back to this girl, the mother. She's with her smell, she can easily identify the girl, and she tells the girl that you are so kind. You become a mother to my children. So I am going to be your mother. So I just wanted to mother you. You please come over. And she says, no, no, I have brothers. She says like, uh, if you have brothers, you won't be like this because you are a human being. And if you have people, then uh, those who doesn't have people will love us, love the animals. If you are human, then you go with the human. You didn't go with the human, the other people. You started loving us, which means that you are my daughter. And she adopts her. And then initially she won't go, and then she goes to the brother. There are many other things happening. And the end of the story is like this, that she get adopted forcefully by the leopard, and then she lived happily as a leopard child, happily thereafter. So this idea of absent mother, this maternal archetype, is always there in
Excuse me,
many
Dr.
of these stories.
Sudhakar.
Yes.
Our meeting will end at 3:35 sharp. So,
Fine.
can you give your
5
concluding
minutes.
remark, because the chairperson has to talk? I'm very sorry.
Perfect. Perfect. Yeah. Uh, So that's the basic idea, and now you can connect these stories with Hansel and Gretel story, the early stories, and there are several layers of connection between these stories, and the kids go out and getting connected with animals, as in keeping story, and many such things were happening. So my focus, what I wanted to tell is that this fear, this idea of fear and what is unknown is the threat of almost all the fear of the unknown is the basic threat of almost all the fairy tales and folk tales from our land. And that's the South Indian reality, and it is never a kind of magical thing. It is a realism that we follow, and it actually helps us to move away from almost all the And we embrace the moment we embrace light, education, and modernity, as I said earlier, the electricity, that's light and modernity, all those fears just vanished. And we embraced a kind of, or actually, these stories made us realize what we are now with light, education, and modernity. And I just wanted to conclude by saying quoting one of my poems, a light. And just wanted to talk about these children's literature. This is a quote from my poem, Colors of Black. A light, a new entertainment. The color the children connected in their eyes are crowding into the shop, into the new world, into the shop along with the light. And that's exactly what these stories do to our society. Thank you.
Dr. Sam Sudhakar. In his presentation, he drew the focus back to the the Indian fairy tales, especially the Malayalam stories or the fairy tales and folk tales, and how he was drawn to the enchanted world, his childhood memories, family stories, etc. The religious, cultural influences find expression in his poems and fiction. He dealt with the evolution of the Malayalam fairy tales, Yakshi Kadahan. In the morning session, we began with Vetala Panchavinshati, travel through to the origin and development of fairy tales in the West to their modern edition. And now, once again, we turn back to our indigenous fairy tales, especially Malayalam, wherein fear of the unknown takes the shape of fairy tales. I now welcome Dr. Sunil Sawan, former professor and head, Department of English, Kisanveer Mahavidyalaya Y, to give his
Currently principal.
yes, and currently principal at Sri Ram Institute of Information and Technology, Panit Solapur, for his remarks, chairperson's remarks. In his long career in teaching, he has also served as member academic council and board of studies in English, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. He is the founder president of Altai Satara chapter. An accomplished translator, he has valuable translations to his credit, which include Rajarshi Shahu Chhatrapati, Life and Work, Winds of the Sahyadri, a translation of Honorable Yashwantrao Chavan's seminal work, and Footprints of Culture, Sahityacha Paulkhuna by Dr. D.T. Vosley. He is a recipient of many awards, including the Grantha Mitra Award by Dr. Shivaji Rao Chauhan Research Award of Sahitya Kala Vikas Pratishthan Satara. He has 2 UGC major research projects to his credit and has edited a book on translation studies, theories, and applications. I request you, sir, to express your reflections on this session.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your introduction. Dignitaries and delegates, without taking much of your time, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this webinar for actually introducing 3 wonderful resource persons today. I had been there from the morning itself, and I congratulate Professor Prabhune and Professor Ujjwala Tathe for bringing diverse personalities in the form of Swati Raje. For example, we had an eminent writer of children's stories, and then we had a researcher in the form of Dr. Lalu Matthews, and just now we had the wonderful opportunity of listening to a creative writer, a poet, and in his presentation, he talked about the kind of fear and freedom from fear that has shaped his poetic career, especially when he came across this title of Fables and Dreams of his own collection. He revisited his own collection, and he found that how memories they have shaped his creative process. So it was very wonderful to have a kind of first-hand experience of the way creative process unfolds when the poet unfolds it in his presentation. So in the first session, we had a wonderful survey. Then we had a very critical kind of analysis of the world of fairy tales. And now the creative process of writing poetry and the way memories actually shape that process. So something very interesting. And while listening to this presentation, I recall the poem by Kamala Das, Malayalam poet, My Grandmother's House. And to quote one or two lines, there is a house now far away where once I received love. That woman died, the house withdrew into silence. Snakes moved among books I was then too young to read. So, what we find that the world of childhood, where you have the grandmother who shares stories, that world is full of love and full of memories. But when the grandmother dies, a kind of silence that starts coming there in your life. And Kamala Das, we find her search of love throughout her moments of loneliness. To avoid, to overcome this loneliness, what we require is revisiting to the grandmother's house or grandmother's stories or the world of fairy tales and the world of children's literature. So thank you very much for giving me this wonderful opportunity to chair this valedictory session. Thank you very much. Unmute, Dr. Tathe, unmute.
Yeah. I'm sorry. For this session, our principal, Dr. Balla sir, and Vice Principal, Dr. Parag Sontake, were special presence. I take this opportunity to express my gratitude for their gracious presence. Now we are coming to the concluding part of this entire webinar. Since morning, we are patiently listening to wonderful. Actually, we went for wonderful journey, and here it is the end of the journey. No, it won't be the end. Actually, it will be hereafter journey. First of all, I thank Dr. Sam Sudhakar for accepting my invitation to be the chief guest for this valedictory function. Thank you, Sam Sudhakar. And I thank actually Dr. Anto Thomas for suggesting me your name. And we could, are you there, Sam Sudhakar? Are you there, Dr. Sam? Yes. Okay. But I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Anto Thomas, who suggested me his name. And Dr. Sawant sir, I'm very grateful that maybe due to, even though your health is not good, I heard about it. You graciously chaired this session and gave your scholarly remarks. And thank you very much. I thank from on behalf of the Department of English and Mahila Mahavidyalaya, you for gracing this valedictory session. As we arrive at the closing moments of this enriching national webinar on enchanted narratives, a world of fairy tales in children's literature, it is my proud privilege to propose the word of thanks. At the outset, I express my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Chairperson Shikshan Mandal, Chairman Shikshan Pandal Karad, Shri Balasaheb Kulkarni, and Shri Chandrasekhar Deshpande, Secretary Shikshan Mandal Karad, for their support and encouragement. We are deeply indebted to our esteemed keynote speaker, Honorable Dr. H.V. Deshpande, whose enlightening address added depth, clarity, and scholarly richness to our understanding of fairy tales as a serious academic genre. My heartfelt gratitude to Shri G.V. Kulkarni for readily accepting our invitation and enjoying it. He enjoyed it also and gave his scholarly inputs in the inaugural function. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our distinguished resource persons, Swati Raje, for her captivating insights into the spellbinding narratives of fairy tales, the origin of fairy tales, and I must profusely thank her for suggesting fairy tales as a theme for this webinar. Credit goes to her. Dr. Lali Matthew, I thank her for guiding us beyond the ever after and helping us understand the deeper meanings of fairy tales. Ma'am, I sincerely thank you for accepting my invitation despite not being in good health. Dr. Sam Sudhakar, I thank you for sharing your personal and literary journey shaped by fairy tales. Your scholarship, clarity, and passion have truly enriched this academic gathering. We are equally grateful to our respected chairpersons, Professor Dr. Tripti Karikatti, Dr. Savita Kekar, Professor Dr. Sunil Sawant, for presiding over the sessions and offering thoughtful reflections that strengthen our discussion. I'm also grateful to Dr. Andrew Thomas, former president of Children's Literature Association of India, for providing valuable inputs on fairy tales and for recommending significant books on the theme before finalizing the focus of this theme. My thanks goes to the officials of LTI, Satara chapter, whose collaboration made this national platform possible. Our sincere appreciation goes to Dr. Bharat Ballad, Principal, Mahila Mahavidyalaya Karad, for his unwavering support for this webinar. I also extend gratitude to all participant teachers, research scholars, my colleagues and students. Your active presence, attentive listening, and intellectual engagement truly brought life to today's deliberations. Last but not the least, my heartfelt gratitude to the head of the department, Professor Dr. Snehal Prabhune, for her firm support in the organization of this webinar. I also thank Vice Principal Dr. Parag Sontakke, who is also the faculty of the department, for his cooperation. I thank the non-teaching staff for giving technical support. Today, we did not merely discuss fairy tales. I should say we revisited memories, explored meanings, and opened new pathways for research and reflection. If fairy tales begins with once upon a time, today's scholarly conversations promise many new beginnings. Thank you once again. Have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you, participants, for enjoying this. I should say for enjoying this webinar and for your sincere response to our call. And okay, I shall forward the feedback link in our group, that is webinar group. And once you fill it up, you will receive your certificates. Thank you all. Thank you. Have a good evening. I'm ending the meeting.